Good morning. The Sabres lose last night in Carolina by a score of 5-2. Alex Tuch and J.J. Peterka, the two goal scorers for the Sabres. James Reimer came in relief of Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen in net just 8 minutes into the game after Luukkonen surrendered 2 goals on 7 shots. Sabres are back on home ice tomorrow night where they'll host the Montreal Canadiens for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Pre-game will start at 6 right here on WGR. Over in the NFL, league sources indicate Myles Garrett and his representation have reiterated that they want to leave Cleveland and remained adamant they're not open to a contract extension. The Browns remain firm on their side, however, and they state that they want Garrett to be a part of their future and will not give in to his trade request. Earlier this week, Browns GM Andrew Berry says he does not plan to trade Garrett, and Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski reiterated that Garrett will remain part of the team's future. In the NFL Combine yesterday, defensive linemen and linebackers tested, and today defensive backs and tight ends will test. Over the weekend, quarterbacks, wide receivers, and running backs, that'll be tomorrow, and on Sunday is the offensive linemen. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
You're listening to or post 50 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now.
Hey everybody, happy Friday, Jeremy and Joe. I just told Joe right before we went on, I have possibly the stupidest Let's Get Stupid we've ever done.
It's a high bar to clear.
I'm very excited about it.
We traded for McDavid once upon a time.
No, this one is this is out there. I'll save it. I'll let people wake up.
All right.
What else? Sal back from Indy. He'll pop in today in studio. Later
Sal.
today.
All right. Yep.
And Steph Curry hit 12 threes. We'll talk about him at some point.
56
Yep.
was the final total that he ended up with. Yep.
Pretty good.
Yep. Golf's on. Been watching a lot of golf.
Anything else happen? Myles Garrett won't take money from the Browns. That's good.
That is very good. Yep. Elias Pettersson continues to not score.
Okay.
He's got like a goal and 7 assists in like 2 months now and continues to be hated by all of Vancouver.
Matthew Stafford and the Raiders apparently have agreed to terms on a contract. Coincidence? I'm sure.
Right.
Had nothing to do with skiing.
No.
None at all. They just, hey, hey, we found this contract. How's it look? Good.
Yeah.
Oh.
So all that Brady stuff was kind of for nothing. Even though we got a glorious reporter brawl out of it.
I think it was for something. I mean, he's going to sign with the Raiders. So that means they were doing the thing.
Yeah, okay, right, yeah.
Who knows? Anyway, anything else happen? Anybody?
That's it. There's a new number up on the whiteboard in here.
Yes, 10. 10 to go.
It's a different number.
I have a.
It's not new. It was up there originally, I think.
What if I told you I have? So I've got the stupidest Let's Get Stupid we'll ever do. Maybe. What if I told you I had like a junior varsity Let's Get Stupid to start the show with?
Okay, sure. This is not the all-time great one.
No,
this is
just another one. This is something I thought about yesterday when the Sabres were losing, and we'll talk to Paul at 8:30. And
yep.
Paul, excuse me, still clearing out the pipes. So Paul was, we were joking back and forth about Operation 10 straight is you got to win 10 in a row if you want to get back in the playoff race.
Yeah.
But then there's Lindy's plan.
Right, which was to win
7 out of every 10 points.
7 out of every 10 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, so this isn't exactly Let's Get Stupid. Get 7 out of every 10 points.
And then win 3 in a row at the end.
And then win 3 in a row at the end. Yeah.
Right.
Both.
7 out of 10 actually isn't enough. You got to go 7 out of 10 and win the last 3.
Both of these are bold plans, okay? Mm-hmm. In one plan, mine, win 10 in a row, you cannot take a night off. You have to win 10 in a row. Mm-hmm. And if we don't, we have to start again.
Right. Yeah.
In the other plan, last night, that's fine.
Yeah, you can have a night off.
You can have a night off. But what's better? telling this team it's okay to bake in a loss every few games.
Well,
again, I don't actually think this is going to be, but there's a point to be made. What happened last night? They got run out of the building.
yeah.
It was embarrassing from the opening faceoff. It's, we didn't respond to this, we didn't respond to that. Well, all right, your coach kind of has told you it's okay to lose one. You're allowed to lose one in regulation and one in overtime of every 5 games. And, again, like I said, it's a little mini junior varsity, let's get stupid. But if you want to get on the Operation 10 straight train, I really got to get another bit other than trains here.
I mean, I think the realistic part of it, though, that keeps them engaged is, I think if you feel like you're still on the tracks, to keep the train reference going, if you feel like you're still on the tracks, then I think it's easier to keep going. Whereas in your plan, in the 10-game win streak plan, you lose to the Hurricanes, and now maybe you feel like I got to pick the train up and put it back on the tracks.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
Right. But
that is what you have to do.
That's how you get disengaged earlier or easier if you're a player, I think.
Well, the lesson should be your chances, which are minuscule, like asteroid hitting the Earth, you don't have time to mess around. Every single time you do lose, again, it's kind of ridiculous that we're taking this seriously because, of course, they're not going to make the playoffs.
Right.
But we might as well engage ourselves in something.
Right. But what else we got to do here? You know?
Yeah.
We could talk about Zucker getting a 3rd-round pick, but just like, who cares?
Or that they want to extend Greenway.
I wondered, looking at the schedule yesterday, like, so what happens last night? They play a far superior team. Even if you think the Sabres are better than what they are in the standings, which I do. I think they are a better team than what they show in the standings. Hurricanes are a better hockey team.
Yep.
Hurricanes have the second best odds to win the Stanley Cup right now. And they looked like it. They destroyed you. 37-6 were the shot attempts in the first period. I mean, come on. That's like Canada playing against Estonia in hockey.
It looks like a team that thinks they're allowed to lose a game every 5.
Sure. I would also call it just not as... You haven't won there in 11 times, 2016. So are there enough... You're on the road against a great team, all right? You're not expected to win that game, but you might have to win one. It'd be nice to. Do they have to? Can they go the rest of the year not winning that game? And have enough wins left over in other places to actually still make it. Tough road games.
Okay,
like
so
if I
you
say
mean-
it's okay for you to lose to Florida on Saturday, March 8th,
Right.
that's one more loss. It's okay for you to lose to Winnipeg on the road on Sunday, March 23rd.
So basically, you can lose to the Avengers, but nobody else.
Sure. Right.
You can lose to the 5 best teams on the road.
You play at Washington, who's number 1 in the NHL. That's on Sunday, March 30th. That's 3 really tough road games. Let's throw in Florida, April 12th. Am I including Tampa? Or should I put the cutoff line above
You
them?
should definitely put the cutoff line above Tampa.
Okay, so that's it. Games that might feel like yesterday where you're going in and you're the biggest betting underdog on the night in the NHL. Although, actually, that was not true last night because Vegas was... The Sabres were like plus 200, and Vegas was like a minus 420 favorite over Chicago, which you never see in the NHL. But anyways, that's 4. That's 4 really tough road games where you would expect going in, you're going to be a huge underdog to win that hockey game. If I lose those 4 games and I win the rest of them, or I win almost the rest of them...
Almost.
There you go.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of Lindy's plan? You can lose the Carolina game. You can lose. He's not going to pick these out specifically. You can lose the Washington game. You can lose a couple of Florida games, and go ahead, just beat your San Jose's and beat your Detroits. I didn't include Edmonton at home, I guess, as one of these games. That's where it gets tricky.
There is one problem in basically what they do all the time. Yeah, I mean, if they, like I said, we're just trying to have a good time here with like a 1% chance. Every time they get to a crossroads of, hey, you know what? People might start paying attention after tonight. Every time that happens, they're down 6-0 after 1. Last year, 2 years ago, last year, was it 2 years ago? Whichever. When Granado was the coach and they had a good season and they had 6 games with a chance to get into a playoff spot and went 0 for 6. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, we got a game tonight. What's going to happen? I unironically saw the WGR 550 email blast went out, and the headline to the segment was called, "Are you reinvesting in the Sabres?" And sure enough, what happens? They're down 3-0 in 5 minutes the next game. So, I mean, who's shocked? Nobody's really shocked. It is what it is. The thing that, I guess the story of this game is Dylan Cousins again. Is it? He got in a fight off the opening faceoff, got smoked. And
not by like a
no.
Garrett Hathaway's like a giant veteran big guy, right? That he got beat by last year. This was Jesperi Kotkaniemi, who's like more of a, he's fine. He's like a two-way guy, but he's not like this. He's not this great big monster.
No,
that he got pummeled by at the beginning of the game.
And I saw numbers on Cousins' last 7 games against Carolina, which one thing you could do is decide to measure one of your top centers' numbers against the best teams.
Yeah.
And in 7 games, he has 3 points. In 7 games, his expected goals against Carolina is 20%.
That's as bad as it gets.
That's as bad as it gets. So Cousins is, man, who's a comparison for Cousins?
Last night it was 7. Man, here are the numbers on Cousins at 5-on-5 yesterday. When he was on the ice, this is what the Sabres did. They had 1 shot attempt in 12 minutes of ice time with him on the ice. In those 12 minutes, they had 1 shot attempt. Carolina had 13 shot attempts. The Sabres did not have a shot on goal in the time that he was on the ice last night. Expected goals for percentage was a 0.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Well, I guess you're not expected to score a goal if you only have 1 attempt, I guess.
Who did he start?
Shot attempt or scoring chances when he was out there were 8-1 in favor of Carolina. I mean, I can keep going. Like, every number is just like, oh, holy cow, look how bad it was.
And Lindy moved him. Who did he start the game with? Because he was taking shifts with Lafferty and Malenstein.
That might have been at the end.
That's what I'm saying.
I think he was with Benson at some point early on.
He got moved to, the 4th line. And I'm trying to think about the comparison for Cousins, who you could say is
he started with Greenway and Quinn, and then he got taken off that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just absolutely destroyed. And, I feel bad. Like, I don't want to pile on him. He's a youngish guy. He's played a lot of games for the Sabres. He's a high draft pick. He got a lot of money. There's a lot of expectations on him. There's probably pressure on him. He probably feels that. He's lost a lot of his game. Some people point to that Hathaway fight. Others would maybe point to the Sabres losing him. Like, what happened to this player? He was good, and you have lost him along the way. I'm trying to think of the last time this happened to a Buffalo athlete, where it was good and promising, really good, and all signs point to believing, and then absolute nosedive from there. I can't, off the top of my head, I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are other answers to this, whether that's Marcel Darius is a name I want to put in there because he was good and got paid, and then it was, this guy's got to go.
He was a first-team All-Pro, and then he never did anything after that.
Yeah. So I don't know what the answer is, but the fall for Cousins is just is it central? Is it the number one thing that has happened to them? There are other big name guys. I mean, Samuelson you could point to as a core guy, but he's not paid a lot. He's just locked up for a long time. Tage, when he's healthy, is great.
Yep.
Dahlin is great. Power, okay, maybe he's a little bit polarizing, but I don't feel like Power has dropped off the face of the earth.
Power's kind of been what he's always been, hasn't he?
Sure.
Yeah, like there hasn't been much peaks and valleys with him. It's just kind of the same stuff.
If there are 2 players that are not meeting up to what they've been trusted to live up to, it's probably Luukkonen and Cousins. Because Luukkonen's not had a great year. Luukkonen has had a bad year. After getting that big contract off a great year, Luukkonen's let them down. So, put him over there. After that, it's Cousins and who? Like Peterka's been lost a little bit.
Quinn,
of course.
Quinn.
But the difference is Cousins he's done it.
Right.
He had the body work, he got the contract, and now it's just gone.
Right. Quinn was drafted in the top 10 and it looked good in the first year, but it wasn't like
he's got.
What do you have? 14 goals that first year where they missed by 1. Like it was again up and coming. Let's see, you want to take a step, but Cousins has a 30-goal, 68-point season on his resume. Like I guess that's really it though. Right? Like, is it that he was going so well and that this was going to be great, or should I put him in the bucket of Buffalo athletes that like a flash in the pan, the 1-year wonder, if you will? Because the more he plays, the more it looks like he's one of those 1-year wonder guys. That anyone see any signs? Do you even see him go on a tear for a month where it looks like he's that 30-goal player that he was 2 years ago? I haven't even seen that. Where like for 2 weeks over like a 6-7 game stretch, it's scoring chances all the time and goals all the time. Like you can see I've seen some advanced numbers pointed out about possession, like where he's actually had a pretty good month. But not I mean beyond that. I mean where it is obvious to everybody. They're like, oh, he's hot. Like I don't even think that has happened since Don Granato was the coach. Well, really since 2 years ago when they were playing the style that Granato wanted to play. So is it that it was just that year? That's how they played and that fit for him? Or was it that he was on the highest scoring team in the league and they scored a lot of power play goals, right? Like, or it could just be that he never was going to be that player year to year to year. He was drafted for it. Yep. He was drafted high enough that he was drafted 7th overall.
He got captain talk way early because of the way that he played.
Yeah.
Just kind of, this guy's a future captain.
And I think there's been a fundamental misunderstanding of what he was as a player all along.
Because he's never been that good defensively.
He's never been good defensively. You could argue he's horrible defensively. I think it's the nickname, it's the workhorse from Whitehorse, it was the Bergeron comparisons that he got early on in his career, like, this is going to be your Bergeron.
I mean, when they won that game in Boston and stripped Bergeron, I thought, here's your next Bergeron.
That's right. That helped him.
What a feeling that was that day.
That helped him earn that comparison, if you will, but by no means has he been a good defensive player in his career, like for season over season.
Yeah.
Goals above replacement this year in the league at forward, he's in the 9th percentile defensively.
Yowza.
Like, he's a bad defensive player.
803-0550 is our number. We'll have some fun today. I just cannot wait to give you my colossal galaxy Let's Get Stupid for later. We're going to wait. It has to do with the Combine. We can get calls on the Sabres. We got updates on Myles Garrett and his contract. Tracking the Bills, the state of the Bills, linebacker conversations. I heard a lot more of that yesterday after we had our conversation about it. And I have a James Cook offer someone made to me via Twitter. Which would you rather take? Which can be a Twitter poll that's not a Let's Get Stupid. So we've got lots to get to. We'll get to a phone call here.
Also, the bullpen's already fired up this morning.
The bullpen is, listen, I was waiting for the bullpen, which is our YouTube chat, to wake up and see what Joe is wearing today. I'll leave it at that. If you want to log on to YouTube and see what Joe is wearing today,
check it out.
He walked in the room, and I don't even remember the noise I made, but I was like, what? People log in the YouTube and see, like, you're shirtless.
Ryan Fitzpatrick on the stream.
Right. Just open-chested, blazer. Anyway, 803-0550. We'll let the chat and the bullpen start to sink their teeth into what you're wearing today. Will in Sarasota, which is another topic we have to get to as well. Will, good morning.
Hey, good morning, boys. First time, long time. Hey, I just wanted to know, how come nobody's talking about fire Kevin Adams? Where's the fire Kevin Adams buzz? Why are we all just so defeated here? Where is it? Nobody's talking about it.
Yeah. There's a couple answers, Will. I feel like people have given up on the idea of asking the Sabres to make changes. They know that they will come eventually, but they are almost never ahead of schedule on that. They are a team that lives for inaction, and that has been so true for so long, going back to Botterill. They do not act. Kevin Adams has been the GM of this team for a long time. They lost 13 games in a row and made 0 moves. Not one. Not a wave a player to send a message, not a fire a coach. You weren't going to do that because it's Lindy. I think it comes down to, it's like yelling at the light to turn green when it's red. It's going to do it when it wants to, and you yelling about it isn't going to make a difference. It's almost like, I don't have to be right about that, but my guess is the reason you don't hear more of it is because people do not think public pressure works on them. That's my guess. Is that right?
I think that's mostly right. I don't think people believe that they'll do it.
Or if they do, it'll be at the end of the season, and the replacement will be uninspiring. Someone in the organization, it'll be whatever. Like there's just not a lot of belief in the long-term plan. I'm like,
Right. Who's the guy they would hire that would get people fired up? Even into the extent that Lindy did.
yeah.
Like,
we asked
they
this
fired
question.
Granato, and it was kind of the same thing. Like, who are they going to hire? But when it was Lindy, it's like, oh, Lindy, cool, I'm in. That was a lot of people.
Yep.
I don't know who the name is for that.
But Lindy was,
For GM.
I'm in, and I was one of those people to a point because he had league credibility. And he does not have the answers for what's going on with this franchise and whether that's Kevin Adams' fault or if it's players or whatever. Like, Lindy doesn't have the answers.
Right.
They're behind the pace they were last year, and last year got Granato fired.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it that they would hire a GM that would inspire people. Like, and I'm not even saying it would have to be a bad move. Like, if they fired Kevin Adams after the season's over, and they just promoted Jason Karmanos from associate GM to he's the GM of the team now. He runs the Amherst. He built the Penguins analytics department, right? Ventura was one of the guys that he had there that he brought over here. If they just promoted Karmanos, I don't think that would inspire anybody. But I also feel like that might be more likely to work. Like I would want to think that could be different, even if it wouldn't be like.
But how much of
I'm excited.
How much of you thinking it would work is just
it's a different person?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a lot of.
I mean, that's what we do in sports. Like, you know what? Instead of this guy, what about that guy? Well, could work.
But don't you kind of have to do that eventually?
You do have to do that.
Like, I do just want to, like, I liked Granato as a coach, and that was Granato. When they fired Ralph Kruger's, I got the other guy on the bench. I just bring him in, see how that goes. Yeah. Like, oh, this was not bad. This is better than we thought. They missed by 1 point. Like,
right, he had some of the answers, and it took 12 consecutive losses to make that move.
Right, so if Karmanos is even that version of that, which is just, oh, he's kind of hanging out on the bench over there, and kick him up. You know, it's you're maybe not drafting, a star quarterback at the top of the draft, but you're plugging in Gardner Minshew and you're winning 9 games. Oh, cool. This guy was just sitting on the bench. He's not bad. I didn't know that was Fitz once upon a time, right? Like, I'm not thinking this is going to be great, but yeah, that's the best I could do, though. I'm thinking they're going to hire Brian Burke or, Rick Dudley, some veteran GM that's been there, done that for 25 years. I can't even begin to believe that they're going to do that.
Thanks, Will, for the phone call. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Sabres fall to the Canes. The Canes wore their Hartford Whalers jerseys.
Yes, they're white ones.
Why?
Well,
because hockey,
they own them.
They own them. It's a travesty that they're allowed to wear them. To me, there are two. Yeah. Very quick point on this, by the way. Joe is wearing a beautiful green Hartford Whalers jersey.
A green today. One. It's not even what they wore last night.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's very, very nice.
Thank you.
There's 2 ways to do this. One, the Houston Texans wear the Houston Oilers colors.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's actually okay with me because it's Houston. That's okay. There is another team.
Wait. The Titans wearing them?
No, the Texans. The Texans wearing the Oilers is okay for me.
Okay.
The Titans wearing them is wrong.
It's offensive.
Yes. Yeah. The look belongs to the city. I don't care what, I'm sure legally it's not the case. The look belongs to Hartford, not to the franchise. When you left it behind.
I 100% agree
You can't wear them.
Yeah.
You want to wear them? Move back.
Right.
You want to wear them? Play a game there and wear them.
Yeah.
Play 5 games there and wear them. You can't wear them in Carolina. Heritage Night?
Your heritage is you stole the team.
Right. These people in Carolina are like, oh, yeah, I grew up a Hartford fan. Then I moved down here. Then the team came too.
Yeah.
Heritage Night. They should not wear them.
I think
it's offensive.
The Avalanche have worn Nordiques jerseys before,
and that is
too.
also terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
They might be even worse because their twist of the knife is they won the cup the first year after they moved.
Right. Is Utah
so
going to
bad.
just start wearing the Coyotes jerseys?
I think Bettman told them they're not allowed. They don't get the Coyote stuff because he wants them back in Arizona.
Gotcha. Right.
But if they don't go back to Arizona, right? Are they allowed to wear them? I heard. Did you hear Shope and Bulldog on this yesterday in the 3:00 hour?
Mm-mm.
About like it would be like if Toronto stole the Bills 15 years ago, Bon Jovi moves them, whatever, and then Like, here we are sitting in 2025, and it's, the Toronto Argonauts are going to have Buffalo Bills night. And they're going to wear Bills jerseys on Sunday Night Football.
It's horrible.
And they're inviting Jim and Bruce and Thurman up for the game. And what would you want to do? I'd want to drive up to Toronto and protest is what I think I'd want to do.
Right. It's terrible. Anyway.
They are beautiful jerseys, though.
Yes, they are. The Whalers logo is one of the best all time. All time.
I'm almost like the Sabres should have as much claim to these jerseys as the Hurricanes should.
Right.
Anybody wear them. Anybody, we want to have a Hartford Whalers night. Everybody should get a Hartford Whalers night. That'd be better than just one team getting to own it. The team that stole it should be the last team that gets to wear it.
That's right. Everybody
that should be the rule. Everyone else gets to have a Whalers night. You don't. You stole the team.
Meanwhile, if you did watch, this is the Hartford Whalers uniform and logo is one of the best ever, in part because the logo itself. There are people that love it and still have not yet realized or seen that there is both an H and a W in it.
Yeah.
Like they don't. It's the Milwaukee Brewers, which is the MB, which the day you see that the first time, your mind melts.
That was like a year ago for me before I saw
what?
that.
They did what? That's brilliant.
Yeah.
And that's the Whalers, is the negative space for the H? Yeah, the negative space for the H, the whale tail. An all-time great logo. And it was great to see it, but it's too bad it's on those bunch of jerks. 803-0550, you want to give us a call. The Cousins comparison, got a caller on that. We'll get to that. We'll check in and see what the chat's yelling about. They're yelling at Joe for wearing this Whalers jersey.
I had to fire him up. A little bit.
Just you wait until I get you this Let's Get Stupid About the Combine. It's going to be glorious. We'll check in with Paul. We'll check in with Sal. We'll, do our best to pick ourselves up by the bootstraps and start 10 in a row all over again. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Sabres fall in Carolina with the Hurricanes wearing the Whalers uniforms 4-2. It was a 3-0 deficit in the first period. Alex Tuch did score one before the first intermission, but the Sabres were run over in the first period and were not able to make up the difference. They fall. Next up for the Sabres is this weekend, where they'll try to get back on track. Although they are on Lindy's plan still of getting 7 of every 10 points. They are still on track for that. Tomorrow against Montreal is at 7 o'clock. That'll be the home game, and then Monday they'll be in Montreal. To football, at the Combine, Matthew Stafford and the Rams reportedly expect resolution on his future by the end of the Combine, according to Ian Rappaport. And Stafford and the Raiders reportedly have found common ground on a contract, as they presently look like the favorite to land him if he is dealt. A day after a report that Browns GM Andrew Berry be willing to pay Myles Garrett $40 million per year, Garrett and his team have slammed the door on contract negotiations. He is not open to a new contract in Cleveland. Steph Curry hits 12 three-pointers last night, scoring 56 points in a win over Orlando. And at the Cognizant Classic, which used to be the Honda Classic, Jake Knapp shoots a 59 in round one. He's the leader at 12 under. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Power play has lost a minute. Here's a chance right in front. Rebound for Alex Tuch. Scores! Patience paid off right there for Alex Tuch as he gets the power play goal, and the Sabres are in this one now, trailing 3-1, 56 seconds remaining in the period.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. One of the Firth moments of the game, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. The Canes gave Rob Ray some bubble wrap to protect himself there between the benches. Pretty funny. And also the Sabres posted a video that I had not yet seen about Rob getting hit in the head with the puck. And the beauty of it is he gets hit in the face with the puck a couple games ago.
Yeah.
And Lindy chirps him immediately.
Yeah.
And Tage chirps him immediately. Somebody check on that puck. Is it dented? Is what Tage said. And then a few seconds go by, and then Lindy finally turns. Are you okay? The first reaction is to get after Rob for getting hit in the head with the puck. And anyway, so he's wearing that, he's got a little bit of a shiner above the eye.
Yeah.
All the best to Rob.
Carolina's funny.
Yeah.
I hate that they're likable. I had this run-in with them, do you remember on social media like a year ago where I tweeted, I hate that the Carolina Hurricanes work so hard to make me want to like them. And then they tweeted back at me, it's okay, Joe. Just do it. It's okay.
Funny. That's funny.
I'll never do it, though.
803-0550 to join us. The Sabres lose. Got a bunch of other stuff to get to. One quick headline. So Steph Curry scored 56 last night and hit 12 threes. Mm-hmm. One of the more interesting things about it, I'm reading about it, is apparently on February 27th, if Steph Curry has a game, you should watch. Because this was the anniversary, the 12-year anniversary of Curry dropping 54 on the Knicks in the Garden in 2013, which was one of his really first big games. Wow, this guy is incredible.
Yeah.
And it's also the 9-year anniversary of a game against Oklahoma City where he pulled up for a half quarter to win. And that game, I remember, it's Warriors at Thunder. And why it stands out to me is that was one of our roasts. Maybe the roast of Andre.
Okay.
We were because I remember we were at the Statler, and I was there watching the game with my wife and my father-in-law in the bar, and couldn't leave because Steph Curry kept lighting the Thunder on fire. And it's one of the best games I've ever seen, one of the best performances I've ever seen.
Is that the one where he hit like a half-court shot in overtime to win it at the end? I think that's that game.
If it's overtime, maybe. I'm watching the highlight here.
Are they wearing short sleeves?
They are wearing black jerseys and short sleeves, and is it... The score's not on the screen. I don't know if it's overtime.
Maybe it's.
I just know in that game he was unconscious, and when he gets in that mode, there are few things that entertain me more. And last night, Curry was just off, whatever.
Most games in NBA history with 10 or more 3-pointers. Second all time is Klay Thompson with 9. And first all time is Steph Curry with 26.
It's unbelievable. It's just amazing.
He's got 26, and the second most is his teammate of a long time that had 9.
Get a phone call in here. Jeff in Welland. Good morning, Jeff.
Hey, how are you?
Morning. Good.
Good. First of all, I want to make a comment to what you were just saying about Rob Ray getting hit by that puck. Let's come on, boys. We all know Rob Ray looks best when he's got a black eye. We've seen it for years. Secondly, I just wanted to go. You were talking about the Dylan Cousins comparison, and the first thing that came to mind with me was Max Afinogenov.
As someone that started hot and then it tapered off?
Yeah, like, you remember, like, he would step on that ice, and he was flying around there like nobody could touch him. And, he was scoring. He had a couple decent seasons there. You know what I mean? Like, where, he had a couple, like, where he was only playing 56 games. He had 56-game season, 23 goals. But then all of a sudden just tapered off, and it was like, where'd he go?
He did have, thanks, Jeff, for the phone call. He did have his career high in goals late in his career.
I was going to say, the difference is...
He had a sustained career.
Yeah. Like, Cousins we're talking about early, like, you got a season early in his career where he kind of goes off.
Yeah.
And then it starts to go away when he's still 23, 24. Afinogenov at 26... your favorite Sabre team of all time, 05-06, he led them in points at 26. Like, middle of his career, he led a great team in scoring.
That might be part of the point here, though, because 4 years later, he's out of the league.
Right, but do you see that final year? I think he just wanted to go back to Russia.
Yeah, he right.
He had 60 points.
60 points in 82 games in Atlanta.
Yeah, so he probably could have kept playing in the NHL if he really wanted to. But, yeah, I mean, there were, for the Sabres, though, sure, there were 2 years there at the end where it was like, oh, yeah, this guy just, there's nothing left here. But then there was something left. You just have to play him on the top line, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, it's not an easy one. It's not an easy one because for me, it's kind of got to be early in the career that the guy has the big jump, and then you just don't see it coming because, like, what for Cousins would have had us seeing it coming? He was drafted high. He had small steps, incremental steps through his first couple of years, and then bang, there's the big jump. What would have told you that, oh no, he's going to go back to, he's going to go back to not a guy you would ever want to pay $7 million a year to. I don't know what you would have said as to why that would happen.
He's really not that far behind last season for him.
Which was what?
47 points. He's got 30. He's got 30. I mean, who was he going to finish with? He's going to finish with 44, 42. Probably more than that.
Okay.
I don't know.
He's the guy that's, I think, going to get traded.
Yes, and then win the Cup and the Conn Smythe, probably. But it'll be less clear. If that does happen, they traded the other guys that went on to win Cups. They were all very obviously good. We knew they were all very obviously good and key pieces. And if Cousins is moved in a trade, then, It only depends what they get back. It's a little bit. It's the Middlestat trade idea. Middlestat's not terrible. He was not incredible. It's all right. Good luck to him. He's still not the caliber of player. The other three guys that won the Cups.
Yeah, I am right now almost firmly believing that Pettersson trade for Cousins and Byram is going to happen. I'm back to thinking that is going to happen.
Yeah,
because it all adds up too easily. That Pettersson, search his name on Twitter right now and see what, like, Canucks fans are done with him. And you might say, well, that's the fans, that doesn't matter. Jim Rutherford runs that team. He has already talked openly about his disappointment in Pettersson months ago. He's talked about it. And his name was on the market. Like, we know that his name was on the market. And nothing has changed. He's been terrible for a month and a half. And meanwhile, the two guys that the Sabres were always, the reports were mentioning, one guy, I can't get a commitment to stay, and the other guy can't figure out. So one of them, that's Byram, and then the other one is Cousins, who you're just not seeing a big jump from. Like, I feel like Pettersson is gonna get traded, and I'm still having a tough time seeing somebody step up with, a Cousins Byram comparable. of the teams that were mentioned when we were doing this a month ago. Like I'm back to thinking that trade is going to happen.
Byram is an interesting piece because it hinges on him. And will they be spooked that they won't be able to sign him? Because if they're spooked, then you approach an idea where next year you're trading him at the deadline.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be a UFA. That would get you a first-round pick. And, I mean, I'm sorry. It's Friday. There's no world I should be
Week from the trade deadline.
Oh, right. But there's no world I should be talking about the 2026 trade deadline and getting a 2026 or 7 first-round pick.
Right.
No. Anyway. All right. 803-0550, our phone number. Happy Friday. It's Friday. It's spring-ish. Right? It's kind of spring-ish. It's 28 today, high of 42. It is going to dip back on the weekend. Now I'm seeing Wednesday's high is 61.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on our way. I'm dressed like I'm going to go play golf. And they say dress for the job you want.
Did you?
This is it. I'm dressed for the job I want.
The chat said you look like you're going
whale
hunting.
Yeah, I think that's just a joke about your jersey, though. What about wearing?
I thought it was a joke about like the camo looking undersleeves with the vest.
It's an Oak Hill quarter zip.
Right. I'm not.
You
can't see the Oak Hill logo, I guess.
That's true. That's true because it's underneath a golf vest.
Right.
Dressing for the job I want. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Kevin Durant might have the idea to save the All-Star game, one that I am in for. I'll tell you that coming up next, and get to much more of, combine breakdowns, the stupidest Let's Get Stupid of all time. Whatever you want to bring our way, we're happy for it. 803-0550 on WGR.
Zach didn't get it. Curry backs it out, shoots over Caldwell Pope. It's good again. Anthony, boy, bounced it into a crowd. That's not a good pass. Curry up the floor. And steal back to Curry. Three-point shot, good again. He is putting on a show in Orlando tonight.
Steph Curry, 12 threes. What would be better? This is my own personal things I would like to go see. Mm-hmm. Might want to go to all of Steph Curry's road games and just see if he can drop, 15 threes in my face. You're at that game last night. You're at an Orlando Magic game, and it's a little like the plot of Rocky IV, where the bad guy starts winning, and you know what? This is better. I like this more.
How do you what you did to the Orlando Magic there? The Orlando Magic.
Come on.
They are a playoff team.
They're under 500. Who are you? You're the Orlando Magic.
They're under 500.
And Curry comes to town, and he gives you that. What an absolute treat.
Yeah.
I would go watch my favorite team and hope that Curry rained fire. Just like, LeBron's prime. What do you want to do? You want to see your team shut down LeBron? Maybe not. Maybe you want to see him be great. You want to watch greatness. And Curry, just incredible. 12 threes last night. Awesome. His former teammate Kevin Durant, there's a story at ESPN.com, that Durant says he would play for $1 million in a one-on-one tournament. Mm-hmm. An all-star weekend, a one-on-one tournament with $1 million prize has reportedly been proposed for the 2026 All-Star Weekend. Didn't we talk about this idea? We brought it up.
I think we mentioned it.
A one-on-one tournament instead of whatever else.
Yeah.
Durant said he would play. He was on the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis. His toughest competition was listed. He said Jason Tatum, Kyrie Irving, Joel Embiid, SGA, and Giannis. Imagine there's a one-on-one tournament. And all right, it's a Saturday, it's 8:30. What's up next? Giannis and Durant.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be great, but it's got potential.
How exciting is one-on-one to watch?
I don't know.
I'd be good to see it. I mean, it's worth a test as much as Mr. Beast's halftime show, half-court competition was.
Right. It's probably better than Team Shaq versus Team Kenny.
Yeah.
Because who are you playing? Who are you playing for in those one-on-one tournaments? The answer is you're playing for yourself. You're playing for pride.
Right.
Bragging rights. The first NBA player to win a one-on-one tournament. Because ask yourself, what would LeBron do? Let's say the big stars start saying, yeah, I'll do it. Mm-hmm. Tatum's in. Giannis is in. Durant's in.
LeBron's in.
LeBron gets invited, and he sees the field and says, all right.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Maybe, maybe not. I don't mind the idea at all. It's like you said, it's definitely worth a look.
I don't think Steph would do it.
He would get destroyed.
I think that's
the only problem is he can't be in it
unless he gets the ball first,
and then never misses.
He has to just hit every 3-pointer, basically.
Right. He would otherwise he'd be in real trouble. Yeah. I'm not sure he's gonna Jokic versus Curry.
Jokic in this thing. He's so slow, but he might have a shot. He's a cement truck. Good luck going around him.
Right. So. I think there's plenty of potential there.
All right, yeah, man. Now I like this a lot. Yeah.
And the fact that it's been proposed, into that. Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. The Sabres fall to the Canes. Or, I'm sorry, to the Whalers.
The Whalers. With everyone in the crowd wearing red, by the way.
Yeah.
Didn't seem like a lot of jerseys in the crowd for Whalers. Like, there were some, but...
There were a lot of Sabres fans that were there. As is normally the case for those games.
Yeah, and they haven't seen a win in a long time.
2016.
Yeah. I did not watch the Game 7 highlights last night, but I did see someone post the game. It was here, so it was Game 3, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
The Game 3 highlights. It was like all fights, goals, and events from that game. And the first thing I noticed wasn't even... Like, there's so many great moments from that clip, and my brain works as... Why is Jeff Gilson on the number 1 power play unit? It's like 150 left in the power play, and Jeff Gilson is on the ice. Like, was he an offensive defenseman? I'm just driving myself crazy. It's possible.
I mean, Kalinin and Newman had already been hurt, and Tallinder might have gone. Tallinder left in that game. So maybe Tallinder might have been out, and Gilson goes into the power play.
As the second guy?
Maybe.
Campbell, I'm sure, would have been the first guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't get hurt. He was the only guy that didn't,
Oh,
right?
didn't he play 50 minutes in Game 7?
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Myles Garrett, he puts a little more pressure on the Browns. We'll get to that and some of the stories from the combine on the defensive line, the linebackers, and I've got a really good James Cook question that was asked to me that's kind of was born out of your comment yesterday. You could see them taking a running back. 803-0550 to join us on WGR.
Operation Win 10 in a row starts over as the Sabres lose last night to the Carolina Hurricanes 4-2. It was 3-0 in the first period. The Hurricanes came out dominating the Sabres. They could not make up the gap. They fall by 2 goals. Next up, Montreal tomorrow night back at KeyBank Center. That'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop for the Sabres against the Canadiens. To football, the combine continues. Yesterday, you had all the testing for the defensive linemen as well as linebackers. The reporting on Matthew Stafford yesterday, the Rams and Stafford expect resolution on his future by the end of the combine this weekend in Indianapolis. Stafford and the Raiders reportedly have found common ground on a contract. A day after a report that Browns GM Andrew Berry would be willing to pay Myles Garrett $40 million per year, Garrett and his team have slammed the door on contract negotiations. He is not open to a new contract with the Cleveland Browns. In the NBA, Steph Curry hits 12 three-pointers last night, scoring 56 points in a win over Orlando. And in golf, the Wozniak Classic continues. Jake Knapp shot a 59 yesterday. He's the leader at 12 under par. Ricky Fowler among the guys that are behind that at 7 under. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Just roster-wise, they don't want to make themselves worse. And like they've been bitten before. A number of their players have gone on to win elsewhere and improve elsewhere. And I think they're exceedingly careful about that. So, if you talk to other teams, they'll tell you that, Buffalo talks, but when it comes into that moment, they're a little bit nervous. So there's never a shortage of conversation. It's just that it's hard to tell if there's a willingness to go all the way.
Elliot Friedman on the Fan Hockey Show podcast on the Sabres. Gun shy would be the short way to say that.
Yep, which is something that has kind of been thought about them for years, right? Especially about Adams.
Yeah, and, they've been burned in the past. I feel like no one would be shocked to hear that they might feel that way. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Friday. Weekend is upon us.
What's big on the weekend calendar this week?
The Cognizant Classic.
Yep.
Sabres.
I'll get into that.
Canadiens.
Yep. The Premier League is not really as interesting as it could be, which is fine. I'm good with that.
NFL rumors, maybe. Matthew Stafford to the Raiders.
This Rappaport report about Cousins and Stafford expecting resolution by the end of the combine, that's in 4 days.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins. Sorry, we're talking Dylan Cousins. I have to do the thing in my head where I shift to Kirk Cousins from Dylan Cousins. Kirk Cousins, Matthew Stafford.
Stafford, yeah. Stafford and the Rams expect resolution.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So, is he traded by Sunday?
All right, on Stafford, and then I've got the James Cook thing to get you and the Myles Garrett update. If you want to give us a call on the Sabres, you can. We ran through a lot of that in the first hour. Operation Win 10 Straight is back on starting tomorrow. There's a report the Raiders and Matthew Stafford have found common ground on a new contract. That is not the same as agreeing to terms. Michael David Smith, writing at ProFootballTalk.com. Common ground. The Las Vegas Review-Journal is reporting that. So, okay, if the Rams do decide they want to trade Stafford, the contract, the Raiders are in the mix because, sure, okay, I'll play for the Raiders.
Yeah. And they'll pay him.
Yes. The Raiders pick 6th. And the way it's written at Pro Football Talk, whether the Rams and Raiders can agree is another matter. The same report says the Raiders want to keep the number 6 pick at all costs. If the Raiders will not part with their first-round pick, the Raiders might not get Stafford even if they're on the same page. 6 is probably way too high for Stafford straight up.
Yeah.
Could it be a pick swap? Could they offer them next year's first? Stafford on the Raiders. Here's one thing and how it affects the Bills that we are just endlessly waiting for. Will anybody in that division challenge the Chiefs? Mm-hmm. And I do believe the Chargers have started to and think they're on a positive trajectory with Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh wins everywhere he goes. Mm-hmm. They made the playoffs last year. They had a horrible playoff game, but they had a good season. And they can continue to build. And Stafford on the Raiders, okay, Pete Carroll's their coach. Matthew Stafford is their quarterback. Mm-hmm. That's a lot more dangerous, I think, than Antonio Pierce and Aiden O'Connell.
That's definitely true.
Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Are they good though? Are they challenged them in their two matchups good, or are they challenged for like the division good?
It's a good question. But do we need them to challenge for the division or just be more difficult? Because the Chiefs keep walking to 15-2 seasons and constantly getting the 1 seed. The Bills are probably going to chase after that, and if they ever do get it, it'd be nice. One of the ways to get it is that Kansas City has to lose some games. And the Bills had a great year this year, and yet the Chiefs just won 10 games by a point or whatever it was. So, all right, Stafford to the Raiders. I think I should get behind that. I think I could root for that. The Bills are not going to play the Raiders this year.
Right. I want it because they're gonna give the Chiefs an extra headache that they don't already have. The Raiders did almost beat them this year, remember?
That's right.
And should have. But that's not normal.
No, that's right.
Normally the Chiefs
Which
will
loss was
roll
that?
them.
That was the one where the snap hit the quarterback in the face.
They're driving down the field. O'Connell, here comes Aiden O'Connell. Who would believe? They're like on their own 2-yard line with like 2 minutes left, and they need a field goal to win it. And he drives them to midfield. They're one play from range, and they're going to kick it and win. And yeah, the center hits him in the face with the ball.
Good times.
So stupid.
So maybe Stafford to the Raiders.
6 is way too expensive. He's 37.
Yeah.
I mean...
And he's not even sure he wants to keep playing. Every offseason, it feels like he's making a decision if he wants to play.
Right. What do you... If you're the team acquiring him, your best case scenario is 2 more years? Would you feel you might feel comfortable with getting 2 more years out of him. And I don't think that's worth the 6th overall pick. If the trade-up part of it is more of that, I mean, it's still moving back like 20 spots, which in its own right is worth, a first-round pick by value. So, I don't know. If I were I think there are teams, the Giants, for instance, right? The Giants have urgency. They have if you're the coach and the GM at least, like you got to go. You got to win right now. If you have another bad year, like you're canned. You're out of there. If you are the Raiders, though, is Pete Carroll's urgency just that he's 73 years old, and how much longer does he want to do this? Maybe he's thinking the same way. Like, I just want to do this for 2-3 years. So give me a quarterback. It's going to be with me for those 2-3 years.
Your urgency with the Raiders might be Brady's existence. Right?
But why is that urgent?
Because
the Giants guys are going to get fired. They got to win.
I know, but
Brady doesn't win for 2 years. He'll still be calling the shots, I think.
He will still be calling the shots, but the point is Tom Brady, I don't think, is going to be patient. The fact that you're already pursuing Matthew Stafford is a sign you're not going to be patient. I saw a little bit more about this story that they'll go out and they'll trade for Stafford and they'll draft a quarterback because Brady is listen.
So Brady's like a de facto GM right now.
Pretty much,
feels like.
yes.
And he's also in the booth.
Yes, right. Right.
I hate this guy
and
so
hosting
much.
Matthew Stafford for ski visits, yes.
I hate this guy so much.
You should be treating Brady like, whether or not he is the owner of the Raiders, he's getting a lot of credit for everything they do. When you sell a piece of your franchise to Brady, doesn't he say, even though I've only got 10% or whatever it is, like, I want to be involved. I'm not in this. Granted, he's got more money than he'll ever need. He's in this to stay in the league.
That's really what does matter more here, especially from our perspective, like following the league and analyzing the league. It's less about how much he owns and it's more about how much he controls.
Which I think is a good chunk.
Derek Jeter, when he ran the Miami Marlins, he owned 4% of the team. And he called every shot, ran the franchise for 5 years. Brady owns 10%.
I'm not sure what the number is, but whatever it is.
I think that is the number, though. If that's around what he owns, it's not more than that. And he's calling the shots. What do I care what percentage he owns? He's basically the Jerry Jones of the Las Vegas Raiders right now. Like, Mark Davis is seeded all. Like, go ahead, run it. Let's see how you do. So, I guess desperate. I also kind of want to see it fail for him too, but I guess I don't because then that makes it easier for the Chiefs.
One part of this is Brady apparently is of the belief that young quarterbacks sitting is good. And give them time.
Yeah.
Don't throw them in too early. So the Raiders, if they could pick their ideal offseason, they wouldn't trade the 6th pick. They would keep it at all costs because they want to pick a quarterback there. And they want to start Stafford this year and have the young quarterback learn under Stafford. Which Stafford might be as good a quarterback to learn under as any. I consistently see young quarterbacks, and it's one of those game recognizes game moments. Stafford is, in almost every quarterback in the NFL, ranks Stafford as one of their top 3 favorites to watch. They love to watch Stafford and what he does. And, he won the Super Bowl, so that validates a lot of what he did in his career when he was stuck with the Lions. Sitting behind Stafford, you could do a lot worse. So that might be the Raiders' perfect offseason if they can get there. And again, what's another reason you sell PC or team to Brady? Credibility. The Raiders are not just, I'm not sure that Mark Davis knows everybody thinks he's kind of nuts over there. Maybe he does think that. Maybe he knows that. Yeah. But the Raiders are kind of a joke and have been for a long time, but they are in Las Vegas. They're in an epicenter of American whatever.
Entertainment.
Sure.
Yeah.
They, especially with Brady, will want to become a big deal. And Brady would want part of that team so he could make them a big deal. And he can sit in that owner's box and, flash another ring if he gets one? The GOAT conversations come back because he gets another ring? Anyway, I think they're interesting, and Stafford to the Raiders, well, I would like it.
You always talked about catching Jordan, and he, one ring would pass him on Jordan for this job, I think.
That's right.
He could pretty easily clear that bar. I kind of, though, want to root for him to go to the Giants. Stafford. I just like that. Actually, you know what it really is? I am thinking about receiver a little bit. Like, okay, Stafford goes to the Raiders. How interesting are they in the Raiders? Because, all right, Jacoby Myers is fine, and the offense is like, all right, they've got
Bowers.
Bowers, right. Yeah. Bowers would be exciting. But, I'm still not thinking that's, nothing real exciting is happening there. If Stafford goes to the Giants, I just want to see Malik Neighbors get 2,500 yards. All right, give that man a quarterback, and he's gonna be the best receiver in football immediately.
It's one spot where the Giants might pay an awful lot to get either Stafford or to trade up in the draft or
right.
both.
The GM said the other day that he got asked about quarterback, and he said something along the lines of, we're trying to get the quarterback that gives us the best chance in 25. Yeah. He said the year.
I just laid out what the Raiders' ideal offseason is. Shouldn't the Giants be the same? If you're Joe Shane and Brian Daboll, get Stafford and get a young quarterback, and let's prove we can coach. If we have a guy on the team that's not Daniel Jones or Tommy DeVito, or who else played for them?
Drew Lock.
And was there one more? Come on, I got one more in there.
Last year it was Tyrod.
For the Giants?
Yeah, he started here on Sunday Night Football. He almost won.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, sorry. My brain is still doing last year is 23 and this year is 24.
But anyway, that could be their perfect offseason. Get Stafford, prove you can do it, bring a young quarterback in, get some credibility back. If the Giants were to make the playoffs with Stafford, that's 2 playoff appearances with Daboll and Joe Shane. And all right, give us a chance. You made us take Daniel Jones. Let's do something else. We'll see. On the Bills, Myles Garrett says he is not open to a contract extension with the Browns.
Yep.
Which, again, this is a lot of this is a very public, and it's probably because of the Combine, a very public spat between the Browns and Garrett.
He went on the Rich Eisen show and talked about it extensively for 20 minutes.
He's all over the Super Bowl talking about how he wants to get traded. And their GM is adamant about he's going to be on the team. Kevin Stefanski says he'll be with the Browns this year. He says he's not open to a contract extension, which means they either have to win or look good enough like they could win quickly, or risk losing him for nothing and just get a compensatory pick when he does leave in 2 years. But it's never a good look when a player of his caliber wants to leave an organization. I want to leave. Players in that spot, even his own teammates, players will often side with the player that wants out. Let him go, man. He doesn't want to be around here. If he doesn't want to be around here, move on. Get some guys that want to be around here. This can be, we've heard that, guys that want to be here routine, but it's true. And Garrett not open to a contract extension 2 days after the GM said we give him $40 million a year.
Yeah.
Is a strong pushback. Not open to it. That's trade me. And he probably would be open to a contract extension with a number of other teams. My guess is the teams he'd be open to have established stud quarterbacks or track records of winning. Eagles, Bills, who?
Yeah.
Washington, maybe even Jaden Daniels has a year of showing it. I don't know if Kansas City's on his list, whatever. Garrett, he's doing what he can to force his way out or to get his wish granted, I should say. It could continue to get uglier. But Not open to a contract extension was the next step in this, and it was necessary for him.
My biggest question now is, what is the timing of this going to be? And that ball's pretty much in the Browns' court right now, right? If Garrett's not going to talk contract with them and make it clear to them, like, I'm not talking. So now what's the thing to figure out? It's, all right, Browns, how much of a fight or of even a show, like even if it's not real, how much of a show do you want to put up with, oh no, we're not trading him. Mm-hmm. We are going to be defiantly, we are not trading him. He is under contract. You are a Cleveland Brown for 2 years. How far do they push that? Because I'll be curious to know whether they want to, if they were to trade him, does it happen at the draft or before the draft, or is this something that carries into the summer? And as of now, Cleveland, I don't think I've seen any reporting on this, has talked to anybody, right? They have not taken a call.
The story was Andrew Berry has laughed at offers from teams.
Right. So he's not playing ball right now.
So I think he has talked, but he kind of treats those talks as, don't worry about it. Yes, there are calls. I'm not listening.
Because what's going to be interesting about that part of it is free agency is in a couple of weeks. And if he's still not talking to you, you kind of got to go have your offseason, right? You might be faced with the decision where if you're Bean, this could be another team too and another GM, but we'll use the Bills for it. If you're Bean and, all right, you're talking to Khalil Mack and he wants to come and you kind of got the money figured out and Andrew Berry is still not talking to you.
Yeah.
Like, you might have some tough decisions. You might also try to figure out a way to do something like that while leaving yourself a lever to pull in case the Garrett stuff does start to happen. And that's where, if I'm Andrew Berry and I'm the Browns, like, what do I want to do? Because if I wait till the summer, aren't I minimizing the amount of teams that can bid?
Definitely.
Because some teams are going to go too far in free agency. Some teams that might trade for him right now are going to go spend, $20 million a year on Josh Sweat, and now maybe they're out of the ball game and I have one less bidder to drive the price up.
Do you know what this reminds me of? It's different, but it reminds me of last year in Brandon Ayuk, where could he be traded? Mm-hmm. There'd be a lot of teams that were interested, but the Niners kind of dragged their feet long enough, and then they were down to the Steelers and the Patriots. Instead of hosting, like if they had offered Ayuk up now, this time of year, pre-free agency.
Yeah, when teams have flexibility.
Right, when the Bills traded Diggs, many thought they're going to go after Ayuk, and maybe he wasn't quite available at that point. An offseason happens, you get deep enough into it. Now, half the teams that might have been interested have already made alternate plans. I'm down to the Patriots, and he says he won't sign there, so all right, I'll re-sign him. And they kept him, which is probably the smart thing to do anyway.
Right.
But it reminds me a little bit of that. Like the timing of the NFL calendar definitely affects your ability to make a deal. Hold a open, all right, best offers right now, and the cutoff is going to be March 25th. And whatever. At that time, we will trade them to the highest bidder. So get your offers in now. Past that, those bidders might not be there.
There also would be, let's do it before the draft so that we can get something that
in this draft and get better as soon as possible.
Yeah, let me get that player in the building as quickly as possible. They can put up their, they can give you their tough guy act all they want. I would expect that he's going to be dealt before the draft because I just don't think you're doing your job right. If you have a star player, well, it'll be one of two things. I just think trading him in the summer is the worst case scenario if you're the Browns, right? Like, if you want to really put up the fight and say, we're not trading you, we're going to try to win this year, and you're under contract, so we're going to keep going. Like, I could respect that. I remember saying this about when Eichel was in the trade market, and when, bring up the Kobe example for the Lakers when he wanted to trade, that you don't have to trade him. It's going to be tough not to, and you're going to have to go through it, but you don't necessarily have to trade him, and this guy's got 2 years left on his deal. Like, go ahead. He's going to have great value again next year if you go through that fight and try to get him on the field. But if you think you're going to deal him, you got to do it. You got to do it before the draft. Because waiting till the summer, to me, if you're the Browns and letting this carry over past the next month and a half, I don't see how that would benefit them in any way. And from a Bills perspective, I would hate it. Because I don't want the Bills to sit in their hands and wait for the chance to get Myles Garrett and pass on
Right, all
guy
the
after
other
guy
things.
after guy.
At some point, that's where it reminds me of Ayuk. Hey, you're playing ball here? Not yet? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and have an off season. I'm going to go ahead and make plans because I just can't sit around waiting for this to happen the whole time. Like, Ayuk was not available for trade. And then there were trade offers.
Right.
And then they came to terms with New England on a deal and ultimately couldn't pull it off. 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. On the Bills, on the Sabres, on the Combine. 40 times. Is it more fun watching the big guys run?
It's more fun watching them. You don't get the big headlines, though, right? Because you don't see super low. I saw a linebacker ran like a 4.48, maybe. The linemen, though, are...
You know, this whole process for the Bills, who draft 30th, they're at the Combine, the famous highlight of Bean hoping that Gabe Davis runs a slow 40 so he falls down the board, and they get Gabe, of course.
Yeah.
That's a famous clip. Bean has got to be there. This is, you're at your fantasy draft, and you're ready. You got your players you love. You're so excited. You go to your buddy's house. You pop in there, like, hey, all right, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Who got your eye on this year? And then you find out that everybody in your league likes the same people as you. Like, it's crap. I thought I thought I had all the inside info. I thought I was going to get anybody I wanted. And everybody gets to see these players run these crazy times. And the guy that's mocked to the Bills on February 28th goes 9th overall by the time the draft is here. So there's still a lot of time to be, figure this out.
Kane Medrano was the linebacker, 4.46. He ran yesterday from UCLA. That was the guy that I saw. Should I be looking at that, though? I got gauntlet times, too. Demetrius Knight Jr. ran 22.7 miles per hour yesterday. Is that what I want to go for instead?
Yeah.
Edge rusher James Pierce ran a 4.47.
Bucky Brooks just mock drafted him 32nd overall to the Eagles.
James Pierce?
James Pierce. Polarizing
to the
prospect.
Eagles?
Yep.
Great. They're going to get more pass rushers. Well, they might lose a couple.
So. He mocked the Bills, a defensive end from Boston College. Okay. Energetic sack artist, perfect fit for Buffalo, is a blue-collar playmaker with a relentless approach. Donovan, I don't know how to say his last name. I'll have to learn that still. Izuraku from Boston College. Edge. 803-0550. First decision is Matthew Golden, by the way, goes one pick ahead in Bucky Brooks' latest mock.
Chris Paul Jr. also running a 4.6, 8th fastest linebacker yesterday.
Pooh Paul.
Yeah.
Chris Paul Jr. goes by Pooh. All right.
Of the 40, by the way, Matt Miller pointed this out, though, last thing on this, that of the 40 defensive linemen, only 18 ran the 40-yard dash. And you've had a lot of players skipping more and more drills. In fact, I think I saw one, was it maybe Miller also, that 9 of his projected first-round picks just skipped the combine workouts altogether. Like, some players are just starting to, beyond the quarterbacks, just say, I'm going to wait till my pro day.
803-0550. Follow-up to James Cook yesterday. Maybe you saw the idea. Joe said he could see the Bills going running back in the second round, which hit me in the face.
That's on the bet board.
It's on the bet board.
Linebacker versus running back.
So a listener supported that idea and asked me which would be better, re-signing James Cook to a big money deal or drafting a running back in the second round to ultimately replace him. And I think it's a slam dunk. We might disagree on that. So we can play with that a little bit when we get back. 803-0550 on WGR.
Sabres fall last night to Carolina, who were wearing the Whalers uniforms, 4-2. It was over quick. 3-0 Hurricanes in the first period destroyed the Sabres out of the gates. Sabres did pull within 2 in the third period, but could never get to within 1. And they lose. They will next be in action tomorrow. They'll be back at home against Montreal. It's 7 o'clock puck drop. Home and home with Montreal Saturday and Monday. To football at the Combine in Indianapolis. The defensive linemen and linebackers doing workouts yesterday. All the other positions will be today and through to the weekend. Matthew Stafford and the Rams expect to have a resolution on his future by the end of the Combine, according to Ian Rappaport. And Stafford and the Raiders have reportedly found common ground on a contract. One day after, Browns GM Andrew Berry, who came out, would be willing to pay Myles Garrett $40 million per year. Garrett and his team have slammed the door on contract negotiations. He is not open to a new contract with the Browns. In the NBA, Steph Curry hits 12 three-pointers, 56 points in a win for the Warriors over Orlando. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Svechnikov with a hit on Quinn after the play was gone. 2-on-1 with McLeod sending it across. They score! McLeod with a pass to Peterka, and the Buffalo Sabres have cut this lead in half now. They trail 4-2 with an early goal here in the third.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. One of the first moments of the game, for the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers.
Effort. He's easy to relax. He can run faster than that. He just got to loosen up and relax a little bit.
It was a 40-yard grunt.
Yes, it was. Got to start updating some of the references, Rich, as I get older, because I don't know how people know Monica Seles anymore.
I think that's the first ever Monica Seles reference at a combine. Maybe even not just on the air, but anywhere within the stadium.
Like I said, I've got some updating to do.
Good.
Rich Eisen, and is that Daniel Jeremiah with him? First off, the
40-yard grunt.
40-yard grunt. Who was that? One of the defensive linemen running?
It was Josh Farmer.
Okay,
from
Josh Farmer.
Florida State.
He's running. How funny is it? They should have everybody be able to listen. He runs that hard. He's grunting. And you hear Daniel Jeremiah say, yeah, he can run faster than that.
Yeah.
Buddy, he needs to loosen up. He can run faster than that. And then the Monica Seles reference, it's funny that, Daniel Jeremiah says I got to update my reference. Producer Josh, doesn't exactly know the reference.
I mean, I know the name once I think about it, and you were like, oh, like Monica Seles, and I was like, grunting, sports, maybe tennis?
Yeah.
But other than that, no idea.
Not just grunting, but setting a new level of grunting. It was for Daniel Jeremiah to make that reference about Monica Seles. She was so famous for grunting when hitting the ball playing tennis that she was every single reference to being loud playing sports.
Yeah.
Every single one. I'm speaking for myself here, 12 years old, playing tennis, grunting, hitting a baseball, and someone would call you Monica Seles. That's how famous she was for that specific part of what she did.
Yeah. To Josh's defense, she last won a major in 1999.
Yes.
What month?
So, month?
Do we know what month? Because I might not have even been born yet.
When's the U.S. Open? The summer? In the summer.
So I was like 3 months old, probably.
All right. So
you were not watching?
No, I don't know. Didn't get locked into tennis till like 5.
Maria Sharapova, I think, was this too. Like that's who I would have thought of immediately. But I don't really think there's who would this be? Who's the loudest athlete right now?
The loudest athlete?
Yeah, like there isn't one, is there? There's not a tennis player that comes to mind right now for me that would be this.
What a question. I like it.
The loudest athlete. Who yells?
Who's the loudest athlete?
Rasheed Wallace used to be this, where he would just yell after every shot, I think. He would also scream "and one" after every single basket because he wanted fouls. I don't know who it would be.
Sal points out, he'll join us at 9 back from the Combine. Monica Seles is married to Tom Golisano, And
Right. Okay, I almost feel like I know her because, again, I'm 4 when she last went to major. I feel like I know her because of that as much as I know her for the being, grunting in tennis.
she also, Monica Seles, in one of the crazier things that it's one of those, can you believe that actually happened? She got stabbed.
I was just going to ask that.
During an event.
Yeah.
Did you know that, Josh?
In Germany, right?
1993, she got stabbed by a person that ran onto the court, a crazed fan during a match in Germany. Yeah. Stabbed in the back.
Yeah, she was okay.
Yes, the wounds were not serious, but
still.
traumatizing.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You're just on the court, locked in, and somebody stabs you.
Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah.
1993, I'm looking, is when that happened.
There you go, Daniel Jeremiah. And who was the lineman?
He said he needs to update his references.
Right, so
and I'm
who
like,
is the
I don't
grunter?
know who you would update that with. You know?
Yeah. Jeff in Colden has an answer for loudest person in sports. Hey, Jeff.
Yes, I do.
All right, let's have it.
It's the long drive tournaments. You ever seen these guys,
Oh, great call.
Scream their heads off.
Yes, 100%. They are like, you hear it.
Really?
Them trying to mash the ball. Yeah.
The only thing I think about when I think about the long drive tournaments is how the way that they swing the club, and it's, 1, 2, 3. And do they all have hair down to their butt?
They all have
They
long
hair.
Yep.
It's like watching guys that can shred a mean guitar. Just hand them a golf club. Here, hit this thing 500 yards.
Yeah.
Who's the most famous one of those guys? Is there one that's louder than the others?
There's a guy that I've seen that does a lot of YouTube golf stuff with DeChambeau.
And he's loud?
When he's doing the long drive stuff, yes. Yeah.
The loudest person in sports. Stephen A. Smith?
I learned they don't drive the ball like they do on
Yells
those
loud.
competitions when they're actually playing golf. Like, they'll hit the ball 450 yards in the long drive competition, but when they're playing real golf, he's only hitting it like 380, 370. Because they're not doing the big kick in the air and then one through. Like, they're just,
Different club?
I don't even know about that. Maybe it's just the accuracy, probably. They're not as confident in hitting the ball at 1 billion miles per hour.
Kyle Berkshire is a 3-time world long drive champion.
Okay. Don't even know if he's the guy.
I thought you were
going to
tell me that the long drive guys only hit it like a regular 250 when they play golf. In which case, any one of us could just go out there and claim to be a long drive champion. Oh yeah, when I'm not playing golf, I can hit it 400.
Yeah. The longest drive last year at the current records, the furthest distance ever recorded in a long drive competition is 515 yards. So double what you just said.
Yeah. All right.
Double that.
It's, you play a short wedge in from there, you're probably doing pretty well.
Yeah, 474 last year at it. Like, I think high 400s is typically
I'm seeing a world record was broken in favorable weather conditions, and it went 579.
Okay.
Carry of 512. There's water. You got to get over the water.
Carry of 512.
Carried at 512.
It was the weather conditions like 75 mile per hour winds from behind
on top of a mountain.
So why don't I just wait until the biggest storm of the year and go out, and I'm going to show up in a monsoon, and the golf course will be like, "What are you doing here?"
You do like windy conditions. You do say that. You like windy.
That's true. I'm going to tell the guy, I am here to hit one shot. I'm going to hit a drive. I'm going to find a hole where the wind is at my back, the windiest day of the year. Storm, whatever, and I'm gonna hit the ball and let the wind just carry it like 400 yards, and then I'll be able to tell everybody I have a 400-yard drive.
I thought you were going to try and go for like the record there and say
579.
You were going to compete with the long drive champion, which is like someone saying they.
Well, I just hit a golf ball off a cliff with the wind too, and just like really manufacture.
It's like somebody saying they could hit a major league pitcher. Like I go 1 for 10 on a major league pitcher. I could hit a 570.
I'd make contact.
I could hit a 570 off a mountain. All right. So the question I had for you on James Cook to get to, you yesterday said you could see the Bills taking a running back in the second round. And I told you I wanted to walk into the lake, and I demanded that you take it back.
Mm-hmm. And then we made a bet instead.
We did, about whether or not linebacker or running back first, which, by the way, I heard a lot of linebacker talk on One Bills Live, and I just think it's very much in the mix. So to the running back question, though, so somebody wrote to me and asked me this question. Would you rather the Bills pay James Cook or draft a running back in the second round. And paying running backs has long been a polarizing, I don't know, I think most would say don't do it. Most have been convinced that you don't need to pay running backs. This last year, you saw Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry go nuts as part of good offenses. James Cook had a great season, and Cook says he wants 15. Should the Bills pay him? I think they should pay him 15. I am not really at the whole you should dump him and just draft a guy in the 4th round, 2nd round, because you should never pay that position. In the case of Cook, this is a very, very specific case. The Bills have already spent, in my opinion, a good amount of capital on running backs. And if they were to draft a running back in the 2nd round, which you could see happening, and this running back class has a lot of explosive guys, have seen a lot of 1st and 2nd round ideas that could really help offenses and kind of kickstart offenses, I'd rather pay Cook just so they don't take a running back. Because let's just say for a moment, you said you could see it happening. Best guy on the board, they take a running back. They do it. I have now, in Josh Allen's career, invested 2 2s, 2 3s, a 4th, and a 6th in running backs.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't that sound like the most insane behavior you could possibly imagine?
It sounds like they'd be near the top of the league in capital spent on it. Like
they already are near the top of the league. The 6th is the Nyheim Hines
without
trade.
spending a 1st-round pick on it.
2 2s, 2 3s, a 4, and a 6th.
Yeah.
Oh my, no. Just pay James Cook and use the 2nd-round pick on a defensive lineman. I would much rather do that. I can kind of still agree and live in the world where I don't think I ever need to pay a running back big money. But in this case, this doesn't happen in a vacuum. I want the Bills to pay Cook so they get out of the running back game.
Isn't the money...
They would have Cook and Ray Davis locked up for at least 3 years, and they could do the Ty Johnson game or whatever.
Sure.
I need them to stay away from running back in the draft. Badly. And because of that, if they extend Cook, I'll be happy.
I guess I'm not even saying I agree with this, but is there a difference, though, between... Like, okay, let's say Cook at $15 million even, and I don't think, the Bills will do that, but he's holding firm $15 million. A 2nd-round rookie running back and a $15 million defensive lineman, or do you want a $15 million running back and a 2nd-round defensive lineman? Like, I guess how different really is it at the end of the day?
I get that.
Because you are still spending a big asset one way or another.
The main difference is...
And you might even expect... What's the rookie position you might feel like you can count on more? Here, I'll make the running back defense.
Right.
Defensive line, usually that's a little trickier, right, of getting a big impact player. Running back in the 2nd and 3rd round, it's a higher hit rate, I think, typically. Even Cook, who looked like he was on his way to not being one of the more successful 2nd-round running backs, he got there. Like, a lot of those guys end up being productive and being productive right away. Right, the transition for running back is you're in your prime the second you hit the NFL surface. So that would be the defense of if I've got a 2nd-round pick here and $15 million here, one's going to a running back, one's going to a defensive lineman. Like I don't know how different it really is.
Well, the difference would be $15 million for a running back is one of the best, and $15 million for a defensive lineman is what? A guy? It's a guy.
Yeah, who's the name on that? I try to figure that out. But
it might be a reasonably good player. To me, it's more than just that. It's the idea of paying the running back. Running backs have generally been looked at as don't pay them because you can replace them easily, and I don't disagree.
Right.
And I again, like if you told me they let Cook walk and drafted a running back in the 2nd round, I would not fear for their future. I just can't see them do. I don't want them to use a 2nd-round pick or a 3rd or a 4th or anything of real value.
You want them to, or you can't see it?
I don't want them to.
Okay, because they've done it.
I know. I certainly can't see it this year with Cook still there, and I want them to extend Cook mainly because of that. I keep saying that. That doesn't mean I agree with everything they've done along the way. We got to get a break in. We'll get some calls. Does the Cook extension seem like a good idea? I feel like the hand-wringing over paying backs maybe has gone a little too far. He's in a good ecosystem. He was a big part of their offense. And without him, where are their explosives? So lots to get to on that. I like the question. 2nd-round pick or pay Cook. What would be a better plan for the Bills. 803-0550 will get a call in. If you want to join in as well, 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
It's the last day of February, but still the season of love. Time for hearts, flowers, showing how much that we care. And it's also about helping those in need. And right here in Buffalo at Roswell Park, there is a critical need for blood and platelet donations. Roswell Park's Donor Center is calling on you. Share your love this February by giving the gift of life. Every pint of blood, every platelet donation stays right in Buffalo, supporting patients at Roswell Park as they fight cancer. Small act of generosity. It's a little bit out of your day. You can play around on your phone while you're doing it. It's a very easy process. Can make an enormous difference in someone's battle against cancer. Powerful way to express your love for this community and its people. Visit roswellpark.org. Schedule your blood or platelet donation there, or you could call the Donor Center directly at 1-800-ROSWELL. That's 1-800-ROSWELL. Give the gift of life, give blood, give platelets, give love at the Donor Center at Roswell Park.
Get right to a call here. Joe in Rochester called in on the James Cook conversation we were having about paying him versus, adding another at that position. Hey, Joe, good morning. Thanks for calling.
Morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, on Cook, I hear a lot of Bills fans talking about how it would be easy for the team to just draft and replace James Cook. And from my perspective, I think that's a wild comment just because, every time I see Cook in comparisons, just from a statistical perspective, Christian McCaffrey is always a guy that is compared to him, at least from what I'm looking at. So when I think about explosiveness, when I think about a team like the Bills who really doesn't have much explosiveness on the team, and we're having a conversation about potentially not paying and getting rid of a guy who's so incredibly explosive, I think it's just nuts. I think the only other maybe argument against, not paying running backs would be an argument, but the one that I think about is the Bills, I guess, overall offensive system and usage of a stable of running backs versus just giving Cook all the carries. They've shown that they like to use even their third back, Johnson, pretty consistently with success. But I do think it would be just absolutely crazy to get rid of a guy like James Cook. I would pay him. I think he's an integral part of the offense. And then just my second comment on the draft. Bean has shown success in the later rounds, I think, more consistently than the first three rounds. You can correct me if I'm wrong there, but just my opinion, I think the Bills in a weak draft should do anything that they can to trade draft capital for impact players. I think just where they're at right now, and I guess they're in the Allen era in that window, you try to get an impact defensive player in here, or you try to get a guy on offense who Allen can really rely on, which he really has not had, other than James Cook, I think. So
yeah,
thanks for taking the call. I'll listen.
Thanks, Joe. The point about trading for an impact player, I fully support that idea. That's the Myles Garrett idea. That's maybe a couple names we don't even really know about at this point. It seems like every day there's a new so-and-so has been given permission to seek a trade, which that tends to mean that player is probably going to get cut, so they're not always the best example of this. I saw another one today, Rayshon Jenkins, Seahawks giving Rayshon Jenkins permission to seek a trade. Safety. And the Bucs just cut loose their safety as well. Safety. Seems like safety is maybe the new position like running back has been. Nobody pays safeties.
Yeah.
They're always hitting the market. There's kind of Justin Simmons last year was out there forever.
Yep.
Not a position that's getting a lot of guys paid right now. Poyer, right? He goes to the open market and just what happens? Nothing. See about Javon Holland if he gets a big deal. But to your point about the weakness of the draft, I wonder if it's just talked about as weak because it's less offensively loaded and sexy. It looks to be defensively loaded.
The position that it's strong at is running back.
And defensive line, yeah.
But right for the offensive side.
Right.
But, yeah.
803-0550 to join us. More of your calls. Paul Hamilton at 8:30. Sal at 9. The stupidest Let's Get Stupid that's 40-yard dash related. I'll make sure we get to that in the next segment. We'll have some fun with that. It's a Friday, so you'll forgive me for the things I'm about to suggest. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. From FanDuel right now, they're offering you bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets. That's right. FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. If you missed the first few minutes of the game, want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle to the final buzzer. Last night, could have bet Curry over on 3-pointers, and you might have hit that. However you want to play, it's a great time to join to play the NBA. And again, get started new customers with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/white to join today. That's FanDuel.com/white for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Sabres fall in Carolina last night, 4-2. It was 3-0 in the first period. They were not able to get within 2 throughout the rest of the game. They will next be in action tomorrow against the Montreal Canadiens. That'll be at KeyBank Center. 7 o'clock puck drop, 6 o'clock pregame here on WGR, and then they'll be in Montreal on Monday for a home-and-home. To football. Matthew Stafford could get traded this weekend. There is a report from Ian Rappaport that the Rams and the Stafford camp expect resolution by the end of the combine. Diana Rossini reporting this morning that the Rams and Stafford will meet today, and that he has been able to get up to $100 million guaranteed in offers from the Raiders and the Giants. So that's what's going on with Stafford. Myles Garrett, meanwhile, says that he will not talk contract negotiation with the Browns. He is not open to a new deal in Cleveland. Steph Curry hit 12 three-pointers last night for the Warriors. He scored 56 points in a win over Orlando. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
There is one other member of our broadcast team we've got to bring in. And he is the Jake Paul of NFL Network. Lots of buzz. He's trending with no punches thrown. Ian Rappaport. Rap sheet?
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, I would say I'm
He looks a little under-caffeinated, actually, to be honest.
No, I'm properly caffeinated. A lot of great coffee brands. Dunkin' does a really nice job.
Nice.
Beats actually is a fantastic coffee. I could go on and on about the coffee brands that I love.
But doesn't mention Starbucks?
All right, fine.
Because that's Jordan Schultz's dad's company?
Yes. Got in the verbal altercation with Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport. That's who that is there. All right. Is the most exciting thing that happened in the Combine this year?
I think it's number one. I need to see some Hard Knocks on it.
That's right.
So whoever they're doing in-season or off-season Hard Knocks on, I need someone from that team to have been around so that there was a camera around.
Yeah.
I don't know who they're doing, though. Or if they are doing it.
They have not agreed to it yet.
Okay.
Because...
Would that mean they're not at the Combine then? Because they were at the Combine for the Giants last year.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Maybe nobody wants to do it because Joe Shane got buried for 12 months after he did
unjustifiably buried. They got buried for a lot of things that I thought were not a big deal.
Right. No, I agree, but still got buried.
Oh, you moved on from a running back? That's not that unusual. I guess they got buried because what Hard Knocks was able to do is something that NFL teams don't often have done to them, which is the truth being told.
Right. Yeah, they kind of left everything in there. Or they left more. They left more in there than like the training camp.
We were able to see the truth, and the truth is, let's just for a moment here. What if we could see the Bills' conversations with Keon Coleman? What would they look like? What would they sound like? Would it be a little less rosy than? I mean, the Bills have kind of made a point to talk about how they were disappointed, and he's young. He'll grow from it. The truth. NFL teams control their message so obsessively and so perfectly that any idea of actual reporting, which is what Hard Knocks does, and even that is still edited, and the NFL has ownership of the. That got a GM buried. Look at this. You can actually see what he says. You can see a draft board. The draft board doesn't even tell you anything, but you can see it. How embarrassing must that be? So, yeah, I get it. These teams do not want to broker their own information out there. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Friday. On James Cook, if you want to join us on James Cook, seems to be the biggest issue facing the Bills right now, what to do there. And I am not at all afraid of them paying running back. I think the pay a running back point kind of gets to be this umbrella term. Like, don't overpay a running back. Okay, don't overpay a running back. Also, maybe don't overpay other positions or other individual players. But the cap goes up every year. Running back salaries are suppressed as it is. The league already is at don't pay a running back. And paying a running back $12 million in a cap that's gone up as high as it has, it is already the lowest. Is it the lowest franchise tag outside of kickers?
I think so.
That's a sign that the position is already really well suppressed. Quarterbacks get 50. Receivers are about to break into the 40s. Defensive ends are going to break into the 40s, and running backs are hanging out at 12.
Yeah.
So I agree with the idea that you can probably find one often, but I tend to think we're probably a little too far gone in that, and you can absolutely pay a running back $10 million and be fine.
My problem with the contract for the running back generally is almost less about the money, and it's often, in most situations, I don't know that it's going to be James Cook. Most situations, my problem with paying a running back a second contract is I'm paying him in the years when they're typically going to fall. Right? It happens all the time. Dalvin Cook, James Cook's brother, while not even halfway through his extension with the Vikings, it was, oh, this guy is shot. And they moved on from him with 2 years left on the deal. Ezekiel Elliott, during his big extension, was shot. It happens, Le'Veon Bell with the Jets after he signed his big deal. Did that last 1 year? That was like a 4-year contract, wasn't it? He signed 1 year in. It's like, oh yeah, this guy doesn't have it at all. It ends so quickly that is almost the most terrifying thing for me about signing a running back to a second contract. But as I've pointed out with Cook before, what separates him maybe from some of those other examples is those guys had so much mileage.
And he does not. From college to pro.
Cook, Elliott too. Elliott especially. These guys got run into the ground, not just by their NFL teams, by their college programs before that.
Yeah.
Some of them walked into the league with 2,000 touches. Maybe not that many, but it was a lot. Cook had nothing. Cook wasn't a feature back until last season. He wasn't a feature back in college. He was used a little bit, but not like a ton. He wasn't used a lot in his rookie year. He doesn't have a lot of mileage. So that actually is almost why I'm a little more open to him on a second contract than maybe some others, because I feel like we're not looking at the wheels about to fall off for James Cook. If anything, the wheels looked like they were faster last year than they had been in any other previous season.
Yeah, he did look great. The snap count thing, that's the one, that might be the one hurdle for them to get over, is they can say they wanted him on the field in the final drive of the last Chiefs loss, but he wasn't on the field all year long in those scenarios.
No, and I would bet that if they signed him to an extension, he still wouldn't be. Right? This is not new, 3 years.
Yeah.
He's not a good pass blocker.
Yeah,
they don't trust him in those situations. And do we think that's changing?
Well, once you pay him $11 million, $10 million, you would, on one hand, hope he becomes a better pass blocker and want him to dig in, hey, we're paying you the big bucks. But at the same time, like, actually, you know what, we're paying him the big bucks? I don't want him to get hurt picking up a blitz. Do I protect him more because he's less dispensable as an asset?
And that's where my mind starts to question whether they'll actually do this, or whether they're just talking like they love him. How'd they sound about Gabe Davis a year before he left?
Right.
Did they sound similar?
They loved him.
We love him. He's the hardest worker in the room. We gave him a trophy. Didn't they do that?
Yeah,
they gave him a trophy.
The Iron Bill.
The Iron Bill. Like, they will talk about some of these guys, how much they love him until the day they're gone. And when we start getting to that, about how Cook is not on the field all the time, he's on the field half the time, and in the biggest moments, Bean said it himself, I will take Josh Allen with the ball down 3 against the Kansas City Chiefs. I'll take that. They're playing for that scenario. And in that scenario, he's not out there. And I don't think that's changing. I don't think next year, if they're down 3 to Kansas City in a playoff game, James Cook is on the field. I think Ty Johnson's on the field. Or I think some other running back.
The guy they drafted in the 4th round this year.
The guy they drafted in the 4th round. Maybe Ray Davis is on the field. I don't think James Cook is on the field. So, with that, and are they let down that he's not more of a weapon in the pass game? Like,
no,
he's fine, but
he's pretty darn good in the pass game. Like,
but he's got 800 yards in 3 seasons.
He gets high profile drops, but no, he's a weapon there. They've used him pretty well.
30 catches a year?
Yeah.
Like, it's not nothing, but it's not at all what we thought they were getting when they drafted him.
I don't know. How much more are you going to get?
He's 30 a game?
I mean, a lot of these guys that get more catches than that are running backs are just getting dump-offs. And Allen, let's be real about the Bills' offense. If there's a dump-off available, Allen often will just take it himself or throw deeper. Look down the field.
Well, actually, also, if I could add context to my own point, I guess one reason why he doesn't is because he's not out there for those Ty Johnson plays.
Right.
Maybe if he was a better pass blocker, he's the guy that's sliding in the end zone to make a catch against Denver. right, for a touchdown.
Yep.
That's why he's not catching the ball 50 times. He's not out there when they're passing the ball.
803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550 if you want to chime in. I have a free agent idea of the day.
Good?
Yeah, I learned a little something about a guy that could make it a free agent idea of the day. I also have Let's Get Stupid.
Is it Darius Slayton?
No.
Okay, because I saw a contract projection for him that blew my mind yesterday for Darius Slayton. Who, nice player, right?
Yeah. He's been hurt a lot.
He's been hurt a lot. I'll save it. Well, because we'll probably get to him.
What do I do here? See, this is the problem. I've got free agent idea of the day, which actually came from the chat. So it could be what's going on in the chat. But I really want to get at this Let's Get Stupid, which is about the Combine. What are you feeling? What
do the Let's Get Stupid.
Let's Get Stupid?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
All right. It's
everyone's awake, right?
Yeah. All right. It's possibly the stupidest Let's Get Stupid we've ever done.
Okay.
But it might be fun.
All right.
This is one of those. How do you come up with these things? No substances were used in the creation of this Let's Get Stupid. No substances, I promise you. So I'm watching the Combine yesterday, and this is how I get to this thought. The big men are running. And when Xavier Worthy runs 4.2, that sets the record like, wow, that's fast. That's really cool. These guys are really, really fast. When the big guys go, and you see a guy that weighs 330, hauling. Yeah. He runs a 4.7, or a guy runs a 5.0, and the NFL world's like, holy cow, at 330. So I'm watching these big guys run, a lot of big guys that run, and think, man, it's a good thing they give them a lot of runway to slow down, right? You wouldn't want to have the wall right there because, holy cow, that's a lot of force equals mass times acceleration or whatever. There's a lot coming at you. And then I thought, what if we had some fun with the way that the 40 ends right there? What if instead of just slowing down, which I think guys might have gotten hurt before doing. Sometimes you could pull a hammy. You go from 0 to 60 and then 60 to 0 as a guy that's running a 40 full speed. And the first thought I had was slip and slide.
Slip and slide.
What if at the end of the 40-yard dash,
yeah,
those guys hit a slip and slide?
A slip and slide.
And there was a competition for the longest slide.
Oh, that's good.
Like how far
down
is
the
a
slide do you go?
330-pound defensive tackle that's humming at 21 miles an hour? How far is that guy going to go on a slip and slide?
Oh, he's going to go 100 yards.
Would you watch?
Oh, yeah.
I would be watching.
I'd be more interested in how far the slip and slide goes than what he got on the 40.
Exactly. And would there be any sort of scouting thing you could pull away from that? Think about we were talking about the form. Look at this guy's bend. Look how quickly he gets down and perfect placement on the line on the slip and slide. And he comes in at 130 yards.
You know, guys, he didn't tear his ACL on this slip and slide. That's a good thing.
We can see that the arms go down. Look, he's in perfect form.
Yeah.
It's like a guy on a luge. The skeleton. Yeah. So that's the first idea I had. Slip and slide.
How about falling into a ball pit?
Ball pit.
Just fall into a ball pit. The floor drops out on you at the end of it, and you fall in.
We've got another one. We've got a couple more. And tweet us a couple and fire some off in the chat.
Because my problem is I keep thinking of like meme ideas. Like you get to the end of the 40-yard dash and you're just speared by Edge.
Right.
Who's a wrestler.
How about...
Or the Harry Potter brick wall?
That's what I have.
You run through that and like you're just in Hogwarts.
I have the Kool-Aid Man break through the brick wall.
Okay, yeah.
One of those fake brick walls. Like the guy gets to the end of the 40 and boom, you get to blast through the wall.
Yeah. That would be good. That's not really slowing them. Well, I guess it is slowing them down.
What if they held a giant piece of paper like when you're in high school and you run through the banner? Except the paper has projected on it your time. And then
5.2
right through it. All right, more ideas.
I have one that's similar to that. Have you guys ever heard of a show called Hole in the Wall? This was when Owen and I were younger, so probably wouldn't know what it is.
On what
Joe,
channel?
you might know what it is. Cartoon Network.
No, I was a Nickelodeon kid.
There was a there was a wall of like styrofoam that would be moving towards people, and you
okay.
have to make your shape.
I've seen this.
Yeah.
So the wall doesn't knock you into the pit.
Right.
You have to contort your body to go through it.
So as you're running, you get like a 5-yard cushion after you're done running to like make the shape, whether it's a star or whatever, and then you got to like jump through it and go into the ball pit.
Okay, you bringing that up makes me think, why not just do Wipeout? Like, when like those big, giant red rubber balls, and then there's like water below them.
Yeah.
You just make it. We just hire the producers from Wipeout, the show, and we're gonna build things at the end of the 40-yard dash course that are gonna make them. It's gonna be an obstacle course, but it's gonna be designed for them to fail.
Yeah, little like American Ninja Warrior vibe here.
Sure. Yeah.
Run your 40 and then jump and grab a rope and swing across a pool.
I've got another. Just jump into a pool. Biggest cannonball wins.
Cannonball. I like the cannonball answer. How about this one?
A cannonball competition?
Because these are giant men running full speed. What about like one of those runaway truck ramps? Those just pitches up, and there's a bunch of barrels there so they can slow down effectively.
Yeah.
I have another one.
What if we make this the other way, where we have something? I'm envisioning like the from Indiana Jones, like the giant boulder following them behind as they run the 40-yard dash.
That's like motivation.
Getting chased.
Yeah, you're getting chased. Right, the 40-yard dash now, you're getting chased. So it might be the boulder from Indiana Jones. It could be the cougar from Ricky Bobby. Just release a big cat.
We are getting somewhere here because how far are we away from? We watched NFL games that become Toy Story or the Simpsons universe.
Yeah.
Why isn't the combine being broadcast pretending things are chasing these guys?
They 100%
This should be happening.
Yeah.
I've got another one. Okay, so ways to finish the 40-yard dash that would improve it. My next one is, this would have to be outdoors and on a mountain.
Yeah.
But what if they ran the 40 and then jumped off in a wingsuit and just flew? No?
Sure.
I got a couple of tweets here. Kyle writes in, substances were used. These are clean ideas, folks. I thought about that slip and slide, and I thought, I got to talk about that.
Have you ever wanted to see a field goal kicker run at full speed and kick a field goal?
Yeah, I do now. Yep.
That's what you should do. At the end of it, hey, there's a field goal, a football on a tee. Kick it towards the upright, see what happens. See how far you can make it.
I do kind of just like the idea of the 40-yard dash being done at like exotic locations, like who's one of the prospects, like Quinn Ewers for his 40-yard dash. He's going to run it at the Grand Canyon.
It's like the NHL Winter Classic idea.
Yeah,
guys, the 40 at Wrigley.
But every individual can do, like, you have to have a representative there, but every individual can choose their own location. So if I want to do mine at the North Pole, I got to get there, but then I just get everything ready. I'm at the North Pole for my 40-yard dash. Bang, 4.7.
How wide across is the top of the Empire State Building?
I'm sure 40 yards.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Yeah.
At the top? It probably is.
What's the top? The top, like the needle part?
No.
That's the antenna.
The
observation deck?
Yeah, is there a 40-yard?
It's got to be 40 yards.
But is there enough room to stop? Because now we're back into the wingsuit idea because you're going to run out of room.
We might need the wingsuit. Yeah.
Mike writes in giant bowling pins. Again.
That's great.
Let's get stupid.
That was an easy one. We should have just had that ready. Giant bowling pins at the end of the 40-yard dash.
This is what we call peak combine content here. Rob in Toronto has an idea to Let's Get Stupid. Hey, Rob.
Hey, boys. I had to chime in. This is hilarious. First of all, you could not possibly get a guy running in full speed at 340 pounds to a luge.
No slip and slide?
No, no, slip and slide's fine, but no luge or skeleton. That is dangerous. My 2 cents is a pommel horse at the end and try and stick the landing.
Oh, the vault. Hit the vault.
Yeah, like a good old pommel horse and see the agility, right?
I'm into
really
it.
Want to test them out and see, the twists and turns and what their hip rate move is. Oh my God, you guys are killing me with this. It's hilarious, all the ideas, but definitely not you can't go skeleton. You can't just go on like one of those baking sheets that they have that just goes on ice and just slides. You can't do that with 330-pound guys.
This whole thing, thanks, Rob, for the phone call. Thanks for chiming in. I almost feel like it would be good context also. Here's another way to do it. have a regular person running next to them. Like a
race against a regular person.
Josh, why me? Just like not like you're not gonna hit you, but reasonably athletic people.
He's running the 40 next to the lineman.
Just to give context of how fast this is for a giant person to be running, just running next to somebody regular.
What's in it for me though?
Because they're
I'm
40.
I'm going to look super slow. I'm going to look unathletic.
No, they will look fast. The idea is that a 5 isn't thought to be a great 40 time for most people in the NFL. But if you're a defensive tackle, everybody freaks out.
Yeah, who are you choosing though? You could embarrass them. Like if you, like I would run a faster 40 than some of those linemen. Right now.
How fast is your 40?
Right now.
We got room in the parking lot.
I don't even know if I want to say the number because I don't actually know the number. I'd like to believe I can get to 5. Or maybe just under. There was a time back in the... Can I say back in my day?
In your peak?
When I'm not 30 yet? Can I say that phrase?
You're like running back.
Back in my day,
you hit the top of that hill and you're coming down now.
There was definitely a time where I was running under 5. But I might also tear a hamstring 30 yards in.
Does the chat have any ideas on this?
That would just be for the line.
Here we go.
I would finish last on any of those.
Tyron writes in, eat a hot dog right after. Finish the 40, hand him a hot dog. He's got to eat the hot dog as fast as possible.
While running, like he's a marathon runner. Instead of handing him a cup of water, you just hand him a hot dog. You have to hand him a golf club, and he has to transition into a Happy Gilmore swing. He's going to hit a golf ball.
Run through sheets of drywall, trampoline into a Velcro wall. We got a couple. Launch into a swimming pool.
The chat thinks I wouldn't break 6. See, this is why
they don't think you can get sub 6 on a 40-yard dash.
I would easily break 6. Maybe I'm being egregious by saying I can get the 5, but I definitely would break 6. I mean,
once again,
what did Rich Eisen
a parking lot outside.
What did Rich Eisen run? He does it every year, doesn't he?
That's a good question.
He is a 50-plus-year-old man that is running it in a suit. And here you go. He's running it in a full suit and dress shoes. And he ran a 5.94. Give me a break. 6.
Just under 6.
Yeah.
All right. Paul Hamilton, when we get back, we'll check back in on the Sabres and how things went in Carolina last night. Lindy's plan, it's not off track. Operation 10 straight. We're starting that one again. They lost in Carolina. Sal joins us at 9. Tales from the Combine. He'll give us all the coffee shop reviews, where you're most likely to see a media fight, all that good stuff. And, of course, we'll talk Bills. So Sal's back in town. He'll be in studio with us at 9 o'clock before the Extra Point Show. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Sabres fall 4-2 in Carolina with the Whalers uniforms for the Hurricanes. They were down 3-0. The Sabres were in the first period. Got run over early. Got it to within 1 by the first intermission, but they never got within 2 of the Hurricanes. They fall by 2 at the end of the day. So that ends the win streak. The home win streak continues, though, and they're back home tomorrow against Montreal. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop, home and home with the Canadiens tomorrow here in Buffalo, and then Monday in Montreal. To football, Matthew Stafford could get traded this weekend. He's actually meeting with the Rams today, according to Diana Rossini, and has received commitments from the Giants and the Raiders for contracts between $90 and $100 million guaranteed money for that number on Stafford. And Ian Rappaport adds that Stafford and the Rams expect resolution in his future this weekend by the end of the Combine. Elsewhere around the NFL, Myles Garrett making it clear once again to the Browns he has no interest in a contract, and he and his team have slammed the door on negotiations with the Browns. He does not want to stay in Cleveland. In the NBA, Steph Curry hit 12 three-pointers last night, scored 56 in a win over Orlando. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
That man right there, Mr. Paul Hamilton, a happy birthday. We're not sure how old he is, so I'm guessing just by the looks of him, he's pushing 70. So happy 70-plus maybe birthdays, Paul. Maybe lay off the nibbling a little bit there as you're writing your story. You got to let the game happen before you write the story, Paul.
Rob Ray wishing Mr. Paul Hamilton a happy birthday. And we will as well, a belated birthday. Happy birthday, Paul. How are you?
Thank you, guys. I'm actually honored. Last year I was 80, and this year I'm.
You're going in the right direction.
All right.
So in 1 year I've lost 10 years.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. Rob.
I guess when people say they're not getting any younger, you are. You are 70 plus ish, according to Rob. Well, happy birthday! You got yourself a hockey game to watch, and the Sabres will march on. Paul, the game last night, it's whatever. They played a Carolina team that is a good team that came in off a bad game, and they kind of really took it to the Sabres right off the opening faceoff.
Actually, it came in off a couple of bad games. They played poorly in Montreal and in Toronto. And just remember, against the Rangers, I said that's as good as the Sabres. The Sabres played a perfect game. That's as good as they could possibly play. Well, Carolina came out, and that's as good as they can possibly play. They had the fight that got the fans were absolutely went berserk when that was going on, and the bench was fired up, the fans were fired up, and they just played fired up and came at the Sabres, and the Sabres as players, and we said it a lot last year, but let's be honest, this year we've hardly ever said it, that they're not ready to play. The first they're actually might be the best. I think they're the best first period team in the league this year, and have been ready to play in the first period. But it was a buzzsaw they ran into, and they should have known. And Lindy Ruff said we warned them. We talked about it in their meetings. They can't take dumb penalties. Benson took a stupid penalty that Lindy Ruff was still furious about that after the game. And that was his last shift of the first period. He didn't play again for the rest of the first period. An offensive zone tripping penalty that just kind of fed everything that was going on. And the Sabres weren't good with the puck. Their coverages were horrendous. It just came flying at them. But the thing is Tuck scores, by the way, his first power play goal of the season, which is shocking.
Wow.
He has 21 goals this year, but it was his first power play goal of the year at 19:04. So, all right, you leave the first period. All right, you're down 2 goals. All right, go out and get an early goal in the second period, and you got a lot of hockey left, and you're only down a goal. And really, it took Carolina 15:52 to get that fourth goal. It was basically who's going to get the next goal as far as how this game might go. Buffalo had 3 3-on-2s during that time. They passed out of them in all 3 of them. Didn't even get a scoring chance or even a shot attempt on any of them. They had 2 power plays, which were absolutely horrendous. But now you are playing the second-best penalty kill in the National Hockey League, and Lindy Ruff, again, in their meetings, had told them that the Carolina has a very aggressive kill. So he goes, if you make one bad pass or one bad play, you're done, because they're so aggressive in their penalty kill. If you screw it up a little bit like that, it's down ice and you're done, and you got to go regroup again, and that's what happened. So they had opportunity in that second period. Reimer was standing on his head. Reimer was fantastic after he took over for Luukkonen. So he's making great saves for you. And you know, if they were really, the game was there for them to get back into for those 15 minutes. But then, you know, they turned the puck over. It turns into a 2-on-0 in front of their net. There's no way Reimer could make the save on that play, and that made it 4-1, and that finished it on him.
Yeah, and Carolina can do that to you. They do it to a lot. They have the most home wins in the league this year, Paul. I mean, a little bit of a reality check maybe, just in, like, you can look at the Sabres and their play lately, and I've done this, that I think they're better than the worst team in the East. So I think they should definitely be higher in the standings than they are, but they're also definitely not in that caliber. Like, the Hurricanes have been that good for years now, and it's not new that the Sabres lose there. I mean, they haven't won there in, it's like 7 years now.
Yeah, it's for a while now they've had that home ice advantage where the fans get crazy. They didn't used to have that. They used to be all upset because there'd be Sabre fans in there mostly for a game. I remember that playoff series with the year that Carolina won the Cup. I don't know what they did, but they did everything they possibly could to keep the Sabre fans out of that arena. I think you had to, like, give your zip code to get a ticket, or but they just did everything they could to keep the Sabre fans out of that arena. That's how bad it was back then. But since then, the Hurricanes have caught on, and that place was loud in the first period, and it just kept going from 4 seconds in all the way through the period. It just kept going and going and going. And the way the Hurricanes were playing, it just avalanched on the Sabres. And now the good news is they aren't on the Jeremy White plan anymore.
Oh, they're back on it, Paul. It starts tomorrow. We got a new one.
But they still are on the Lindy Ruff plan,
yeah,
which is go 3-1-1 or get 7 out of 10 points in each 5-game segment. They're 2-1-0. So, you know, they got the home and home coming up against Montreal to finish the 5-game segment. They got to take 3 out of 4 points. They got to get a regulation win. Now, what did they won? 9 out of 11 at home. Mm-hmm. So just go and play your game at home like you have been. Get your 2 points there, and then go to Montreal. You get it to overtime, and you've done the Lindy Ruff plan for the first 5-game segment.
And Montreal is a team. This is probably going back before the 13-game win streak, or maybe at the start of it. There was a game against Montreal where we thought this is an opportunity to make up some ground, and they got crushed at home, right? Am I remembering this right? Earlier in the season?
That started Montreal's streak. Montreal went on a big streak after that, and it was a winless streak, by the way, Jared. It wasn't a winning streak. All
right.
Sabres haven't gone on a 13-game winning streak.
Sorry.
I don't know if they ever have.
But was that it was a loss to Montreal that kind of started things?
It was a Monday afternoon game. I don't remember what holiday, Paul, but wasn't it a Monday
started it for
game?
Montreal. Montreal was just going nowhere. The Sabres have had this knack this year of playing teams that are slumping and being their slump buster. And they just did it again for Carolina.
Great. Yeah, that's great.
And it was same thing for Montreal. And Montreal got that win you're talking about. And then they went on this huge winning streak, that actually got them into playoff spot. And it started with a win over the Buffalo Sabres.
I remember where it was. November 11th, they lose to Montreal 7-5. The Sabres had just won 3 in a row. They're home, and it's like, all right, keep things rolling. And they were down and got smoked 7-5 to Montreal, whatever. It's not revenge game.
They were looking for their first 4-game winning streak in 2 years, which they finally accomplished.
Yeah.
Not too long ago. That was one of those games, and I think there were 5 of them before they finally did it, where they won 3 in a row and were looking for that 4th.
Yeah, was it interesting to you at all, Paul, that They pulled Luukkonen after 8 minutes at 2-0. Isn't that about as early as you've ever seen a goalie get pulled? Like when it's not like 5-0 or something.
I get it. It wasn't necessarily the goals that were scored. I mean, Stahls is just deflected off. I mean, he's all by himself in front of the net, hits his skate and goes in. And the Aho goal is a turnover. It goes right to Aho and it's in the net. I think it was more, and I noticed this in a couple of the games recently after the break. Luukkonen got into one of his older habits he had when he first came up. Remember when he would overplay pucks and he'd go sliding through the net and actually be out of the net by slides through? He did that twice last night. It didn't go in the net either time, but you could see it, and I saw it in another game where it did go in the net, where he overslid. It might have been the last game of the game before. So when you see that, you know that he's not quite on his game. And I think a couple of things. It was like, all right, let's change things up here. Let's change the goalie. Let's see if that – how many times has that worked against the Sabres where the other team changes their goalie and next thing you know, the other team's ahead. So I think there was more of that. But if I could see it, of course Lindy Ruff could see it. And so I think he just thought, let's try to change the momentum here. Luukkonen looks like, he's in a couple of bad habits, which I'm sure they'll be working on in practice, although they're not going to get much practice this month because they're playing a lot of games. They were coming off a optional practice and an optional morning skate. They're not practicing today, and then they got a game again tomorrow. So they haven't had a lot of work. But that's why I think possibly a couple of things went into that.
Paul, what'd you make of Cousins?
As far as the fight?
Yeah.
I totally understand where Dylan Cousins and Alex Tuch are coming from. You don't want to turn it down. If a guy challenges you like that, you want to stand up to it. And Dylan Cousins gets a hard time from fans and stuff. And, he said, I didn't want to turn it down. The only thing I would say, and Alex Tuch said the other thing, he goes, that place is going to go off no matter what. He goes, whether you have a fight there or you don't have a fight there, he goes, it's not because of the fight. He goes, I've played in here recently, and he said that place just goes nuts anyway. He says, it's our job, and Lindy Ruff said this too, it's their job. He goes, you want to have the fans sit down? He goes, play better. He goes, we got to play better. He goes, that's how you take fans out of a game. Matter of fact, he praised Dylan Cousins for, standing up for, and when he was challenged, and he said it had nothing to do with the momentum of the game or anything like that, because he said that place is going to go off no matter what. So because I asked, I said, do you, I totally get what they're saying there, and I get that Dylan Cousins doesn't want to turn that down, but do you feel you got the fans into the game right off the bat? And that was the response. It's like they're going to be into the game no matter what happens there, whether you win the fight, don't have a fight, whatever. And he goes, we have to play better, and that's how you take the fans out of the game.
For Cousins specifically, it brings back a talking point about him, and whether it's toughness or whatever it is, Paul. I mean, I don't know. He doesn't want to turn that down. That's fine. That's respectable. I get that. I guess what I wonder is, should he next time, or who can save this player? Because he's got numbers in Carolina that are dreadful, and he was dreadful last night. And this fight is another kind of just, like you said, people are tough on him. And I get it. I get why he's been given a lot of responsibility, a lot of money to be a core player, and it's going nowhere right now.
And the thing is, the game before, he was number one star of the game. He had 7 hits, he had 3 assists, and it's like, all right, there's the Dylan Cousins from a couple of years ago, and then, no, I don't. He, as you said, he didn't play well. Yeah, last night. Who did? Maybe Alex Tuch. I don't think Alex Tuch had a bad game, but Alex Tuch by the end of the night was -2. But still, I saw some things Alex Tuch was doing that I didn't think were too bad. But he followed up maybe his best game of the year with that, as did everybody else. But still, I understand what you're talking about here. It's like you'd like to see some consistency in what he's doing. If you're going to have a great game like that, follow it up with another good game. and get yourself back to where you were a couple of years ago. And so he certainly didn't in that game. And it's more than just the fight.
Yeah.
I mean, he lost the fight, and
they had one shot attempt while he was on the ice last night.
Right. It was a lot more than just the fight.
Yeah.
Paul Hamilton on the Westar Hotline. All right, Paul, thanks very much, and happy belated birthday.
What'd you do for your birthday? Are you doing anything for the belated birthday too? It's a weekend.
Well, I hate to leave it here. The sun's back out again. It was 75 and sunny yesterday, and I'm in a hotel where I was within walking distance of the arena. So of course I walked there in the morning and walked there in the evening, and it was just a beautiful, beautiful day here. So I hate to leave that. I'm not coming back to 75 degrees, am I?
No. Is Montreal going to be 75 on Monday? Maybe it'll be balmy.
I already looked at that. I think we're talking about single digits there.
Right. Celsius. No,
I don't even have a coat. I don't even have a coat with me right now, but I will have one in Montreal.
All right. Well, Paul, it's 29 here. So there you go.
Could one of you be standing in the lobby with a coat that I can put on to go to the car?
We'll send Josh. He'll be there for you. Thanks, Paul.
Take care.
Paul Hamilton's appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. Sabres fall. When we get back, we could do a quick free agent idea of the day. We could do that.
We should do that. We should also tell you about the YouTube football highlights that I'm watching right now.
Oh, interesting. All right. YouTube football highlights, free agent idea of the day. Sal, Tales from the Combine coming up top of the hour. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. All right, we got a contest here. Callers 5 and 6. B callers 5 and 6 and or 6. You know what I'm trying to say. To 716-2214-WGR for a 4-pack of tickets to the West New York Sport and Travel Expo coming to the Fairgrounds in Hamburg from Friday, March 7th through Sunday, March 9th. Visit WNYSportsShow.com for details and tickets. 2214-WGR. Quick free agent idea of the day. It's going to be in the wide receiver realm. As receivers, by the way, are talking at the Combine, we're going to learn who the Bills have met with. They met with Matthew Golden, Texas receiver, who's mocked to go right around where they're picking, a speed guy.
Those are the highlights I'm watching.
So free agent idea of the day is about an outside wide receiver. And I want to thank the chat for pointing out something about this player that I did not know. Our YouTube chat, the Bullpen, as they call themselves, and Bulldog calls them, pointed out that this free agent wide receiver, 6'2", 210, former third-round pick, speed guy outside. I've seen a little bit of breakdown from him from Eric Turner Cover 1 and a couple of guys who Cover 1. He's from Brampton. Huh?
Ontario?
Yeah. Josh
pretty close.
Palmer.
Yeah.
The thing I think about Josh Palmer is, I don't know, do you ever have players you kind of have these flirting little affairs with when you see him on another team? He's with the Chargers, and whenever they do throw to him, I think this guy can play.
Yeah.
But the Chargers have been very run-heavy, and they drafted over top of him both Quentin Johnston and then Ladd McConkey.
Yep.
I don't mind that idea. He's a middle-range free agent. He's like a Curtis Samuel level signing, maybe lower than that. Again, some of these free agent ideas,
maybe.
Free agent ideas are going to be modest because free agency this year is not all that appealing. But Josh Palmer is an idea.
Yeah, his spot track projection is 3 years, $4.3 million per year.
Yeah, all right, that's low. That's instead of a Mac Hollins kind of guy.
I gotta ask Mike Giannitti why. I mentioned this earlier in passing. Darius Slayton.
Okay.
So, don't those guys kind of feel like they're in the same category, same tier for you? Palmer and Slayton, like downfield guys. They've done a little bit in their careers, but it hasn't blown up, right? And here I got Palmer at 3 years, $4.3 million per year, and here I have Slayton's projection at 3 years, $15.8 million per year.
Oof. I don't know.
Is someone about to pay Darius Slayton $16 million a year? Am I missing something? I like the player. I like Palmer too, though. I like Palmer just as much. Like if cost is going to be the tiebreaker, give me Josh Palmer.
Well, Sal's coming up top of the hour. We'll talk Combine. Just seeing a tweet from Ryan O'Halloran of the Buffalo News, something to track. Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond expects to break the 40-yard dash record this weekend.
Another Texas receiver.
All right. Calling his shot. He's going to break Worthy's record. Then the Bills are going to trade that pick to who?
Kansas. Sorry.
Not Kansas City. They already did that once. They'll trade him to the Ravens.
The Ravens, right. The Ravens.
Sal's coming up.
Post on X at WGR550 and get connected to the home of the Sabres. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
It's not being negative. It's being snarky, and there's a very key point there. You know, we're having fun. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. You can take your tax return to Riverfront, and when you do that, you can double your down payment. So go to Riverfront Auto Sales, bring in down payment. If it's $500, they'll double it. So now you have $1,000 towards the vehicle. Bring $1,000, they'll double it. Now that's a $2,000 payment towards the purchase of your next vehicle from Riverfront Auto Sales. So you can, of course, make your tax return dollar go further at Riverfront Auto Sales. 886-1626, or if you're selling a vehicle, you can go to the website and click on Get Your Instant Cash Offer and get money right away. Get an instant offer on your vehicle you're trying to sell sell with Riverfront. If you want to go another route selling and take it to auction, they'll help you with that as well. 886-1626. That's 886-1626 to give them a call, to buy, to sell, to help your wallet in every way you can. It's got to be Riverfront Auto Sales. 886-1626.
Okay, I see that. Yeah.
Sabres fall 4-2 in Carolina. The Hurricanes wearing their Whalers jerseys yesterday. Got up 3-0 in the first period. The Sabres never got within 2 from then on. They fall. Next in action tomorrow, hosting Montreal, a little home and home with the Canadiens. They'll be in Montreal on Monday after playing them at KeyBank Center tomorrow. We'll have pregame starting at 6 Saturday here on WGR. To football, we might get a Matthew Stafford resolution this weekend. That's the report from Ian Rappaport, that the Rams and Stafford expect resolution on his future by the end of the Combine. And Diana Rossini reports this morning that he'll meet with the Rams today, coming to them with offers from the Raiders and Giants that would pay him between $90 and $100 million guaranteed on a new contract. Myles Garrett slamming the door on contract negotiations with the Browns. He is not open to a new contract in Cleveland, according to reports yesterday from multiple different reporters. You've got wide receivers speaking right now at the Combine. Both Texas speed receivers, Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden, have said that they have met with the Bills, as many players have, at the Combine. Steph Curry hits 12 three-pointers last night. Warriors beat Orlando with 56 points from Curry. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
All right. Are we there? All right, good. All right. We're playing Johnny Cash I've Been Everywhere as Mr. Sal Capaccio lands in Buffalo. He's in studio. He's been around the world in the last couple of weeks. I saw, it's funny, how many people were following your vacation on Instagram, social media? Because honestly, it's like you were taking me to tropical climates, and I needed to see the sunshine on your face, never mind on my face.
Listen, I got to tell you, I get conflicted with these kinds of things. I get conflicted because I want to share pictures, and I want to show like cool stuff. Then I'm like, yeah, but like people don't follow me for that stuff. They follow me for Bills news, and inevitably you get, well, you should make a different account for your personal page. I don't know. I'm like, yeah, but you know what? It is all personal, and it's a blend, right? It was a great time. I try to share stuff that I think is cool. Like swimming with the dolphins was amazing. Yeah, it was amazing, and I'm not even like a big water person, but we had a great time. And then climbing the Mayan ruins. Have you guys visited the Mayan ruins yet?
No, but it's definitely something.
And we went to two different ones. Apparently, only one or two you can actually climb. And we went to one where you could climb.
Yeah.
So I have a photo of like standing in front, and then Max climbed up, and there's a photo of him looking over.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. Really was cool. And we did a lot of great things. And then literally got off Miami, I should say, spent a night in Fort Lauderdale, flew to the Combine, and had nice weather in Indy all week. It was like 60 degrees compared to what it was last year, like 20 degrees. And now just came back yesterday and back ready to go.
Well, you can check us out on the YouTube channel if you want. We're all here hanging out. Sal's back from the Combine, and we'll get a recap on how things went. I don't know if the biggest headline or the most sensational headline was the potential fight between
it was amazing.
Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz, but it was probably talk of the Combine, right? I mean, like everybody's talking about that.
And it was the last night I was there, and we were all, as I came on with you guys yesterday, talking about it at High Velocity, but then yesterday I saw NBA on TNT was talking about it, had a clip about it. Ian actually addressed it, I think, on McAfee, even though he didn't talk about it. He just kind
They
of
brought it up to
acknowledged
him, and he started naming coffee brands he liked that wasn't Starbucks.
Oh, wow, that's
that?
funny. So I don't think he'll be going there anytime soon. Yeah, it was funny. Your suggestion yesterday was so funny. Hard Knocks, High Velocity, Combine Week. I told that to some of our media colleagues, and it is that week where everything is just converging in Indianapolis. The difference between the Combine and the Super Bowl or the owners' meetings, which I'll be at next month, is this is where college and NFL all come together for 1 week. And everybody's there. The owners' meetings is just the executives of the NFL. There's no reason for scouts to even be there, right? The Super Bowl is, you might get players, but it's teams just watching. There's a lot of different reasons to maybe be there. It's promotional stuff.
People are there to be seen.
100%, right? And it's an award show, right? This is literally like I always say it, imagine any industry that you're in, whatever it is, radio, doesn't matter. If you're a car salesperson, there's a convention probably somewhere for your industry. This is the main convention for football. It's the pro football convention for college meeting pro and all of that. So it was very cool and a lot going on. People say, why do you come home now? Like they're all working out. Because that's all on TV and we can get that information. The big news, The big thing for me is to be there for Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott, hear what they have to say, talk to other media members, find out what's going on. The pro part of it is really the first part of the week.
Yeah.
The college part of it is the last part of the week, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And today we're seeing wide receivers at the podium, asked questions. We went through a lot of the defensive linemen and linebackers, and now receivers, Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond, a number of saying they have met with the Bills. Matthew Golden says he has met with the Bills. So
does Bond.
Bond, okay, good.
Yeah.
So
and Bond says he's going to break the 40-yard dash.
Yeah, he's going to break Worthy's record. So a little Texas rivalry there. Sal, Joe and I had a conversation. I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about this, about linebacker. Because I think everyone would agree defensive line is definitely on the board. Corner is on the board. Receiver might be on the board. How high it is could be debatable. Where do you land on linebacker?
It's a great question. Actually, my next State of the Bills is linebacker. So I've already thought about this. I haven't put the thoughts to paper yet, but that will be happening today and tomorrow. We know Terrell Bernard is their starting middle linebacker. That's not changing anytime soon. The only question with him is going to be, does he get a contract extension right now this year? Because he's eligible just like Khalil Shakir.
Yep.
Excuse me. Here's the big question at linebacker. Does the team believe that Matt Milano is still a player that they can go forward with as their starting will linebacker at 30 years old after the injuries that he's had at the price that he's commanding? If you move on from Milano, it's going to cost you more money. Like you're not doing that prior to June 1. If you make him a June 1st release, you could save money. I still don't know if that's even smart. For the money wise, look at the money. I think you're getting a more return with him being on the team because I still think he could be good. But that's the question. Can he be good enough to be on the field and be healthy enough? Because I've had people say to me, well, there are people I would say that cover the Bills who think that the Bills might do that. They might move on from him because of the age, the injuries, and it's just not, maybe it's not, it's time. My counter to that is the guy was playing on basically coming back from one leg, and they immediately put him in before Dorian Williams.
Right.
They clearly believe and trust in him over Dorian Williams. And does that change if he's going to be healthy this year? No way does that change. So the only question is, can he and will he stay healthy at that price? So I still think Matt Milano's in their plans going forward, but sure, I wouldn't be shocked because they're going to have to do some massaging on the salary cap. But I know how much they believe in how Matt Milano works, what he means to the team. But if they're going to put him in immediately, as soon as he comes back, and he starts and he plays over Dorian Williams, what does that say about how they feel about him between Dorian Williams?
Yeah. So my bigger question for him is more about the financial because he's a $15.8 million cap hit this year. Like one thing that happens with every player contract is the last couple of years of their deal, that's when the big cap hits start showing up. And what do you like to do? I mean, what would you do with Allen? What would you do with Deion Dawkins? What have they done? Is, all right, cap hit starts going up. Let's restructure. Let's kick some more money down the road, even into an extra year. But what are you doing when you restructure? You're committing to the guy for a longer period of time, and I wonder if they would feel comfortable. I feel like they wouldn't feel comfortable right now.
The only way they could do it, they're not doing it before June 1st. You'd literally cost yourself more money than having him on the team.
To kick money down. No, I'm not saying to cut him. I'm saying to kick money down the road.
For him
because he's got such a big cap hit for a linebacker.
He has 2 years left in a void year. They could add another void year or two.
Okay,
and they could actually spread some money out if they want.
Okay,
so if that's the way. I think it has to. Your first question, Joe, is do they want him on the team? Hey,
yeah.
And if that's the case, then you could go about it, or you could say we're going to live with $15 million. Matt Milano's a really good player, and we can live with $15 million on the cap.
I want to ask almost a secondary part of this. Let's say they're both back. Are they going to have a defensive shift of philosophy, where we could see more 3 linebackers, and they just want more depth overall at that position? Because what we see from them is, the Chiefs playoff game or whatever, they don't even really have a lot of linebackers because of the way they play. And, we're talking about them shifting to more of a man style, and I don't know if the way they're going to play in the secondary is going to be different going forward. I wonder if, the right linebacker comes along, if it would be this player is too good to pass up, we'll find spots for them. The way they mix and match their safeties to play the hybrid third linebacker, third safety. I just feel like linebacker has to be in the mix because Bernard He's not extended yet. Maybe once that happens, it's a different conversation. But Milano's age, Bernard, what you laid out there about Dorian Williams, I just think that they could very easily look for somebody that they think could be a difference maker. They're going to need a splash player, because that's the thing about Milano when he leaves. He's a splash guy. Mm-hmm. And if they lose him, they're going to be looking for big plays somewhere.
Right, and I think they like Dorian Williams. Don't get me wrong. And I think they probably feel Dorian Williams, can play. I mean, he was their starter, and he led the team in tackles. Mm. But obviously, as soon as Matt Milano became healthy in any regard, they put him on the field over Dorian Williams. What does that tell you? That's, to me, it tells me they don't fully trust Dorian Williams being a 17-game starter, right, over someone else who they think is better, who has – and to me, Dorian Williams plays very fast. He plays very hard. But if you see Matt Milano – his instincts are incredible. He puts himself in position quicker, even though Dorian gets there quicker, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So that's a question. Could they go with Dorian Williams? Sure. So let's just say they're both back, as you say, Jeremy, Matt Milano, Terrell Bernard. What else does that look like here? Are they going to go with a shift? Well, the only other, if you put a third linebacker on, you're taking what? Taron Johnson off the field, right, which we all know has been a debate about how teams want to play. And maybe they are getting to a point where Taron Johnson's getting a little older and we could take a little off his body and we should play a little bit more heavy and we don't have to play as much nickel. And maybe they could play a little bit more man, right? And they can do a lot of those things. I don't discount that whatsoever. I think that's a possibility. Here's another nugget I'll give you, okay? First of all, you have Joe Andreessen, who's your backup middle, and I think he'll fight for that spot with Balen Spector. I think he wins it because Balen hasn't been healthy, right? Eddie Ulofoshio, I think they like a lot. He's more of a special teams guy, but he can be there. Here's a reason why they might actually have to bring in more linebackers. If they make this change on the kickoff, I'm telling you right now, I was told by several people, teams are going to have to structure their teams differently. You're going to have even more special teams guys. I know that stinks for a lot of people to hear, but it's true. If the kickoff becomes like you're not kicking it through the end zone, you got to kick and you got to tackle, teams are now going to actually have to. Do you remember when they got rid of Saria Neal a couple years ago?
Yes.
One of the reasons was they actually went to the shift where it wasn't mattering as much anymore. Special teams was kind of, the kickoff was changing. You didn't need players like that as much. This might go the other way, where you might say, I might need a couple of guys I got to pay. Matt Milano's not playing special teams. Terrell Bernard's not playing special teams. Joe Andreessen can, and Eddie Ulofoshio can, Balen Spector, but teams may actually have to structure their roster where they find guys who they have to have as more special teams players who are those linebacker and DB types.
So that being said, what's the earliest you feel like you could see them drafting a linebacker? Realistically, right now.
Probably day 3.
Okay.
Early day 3. I just don't think if you're not going to have someone fit in right away. Now, when did they take Bernard? In the 3rd round?
They took Bernard in the 3rd round. They took Dorian Williams in the 3rd round.
A year before his contract, Edmonds' contract was up.
Right, and that was the point you made, right? Yes. Is that both times they've drafted a linebacker, what was kind of our reaction on draft day was, weird. Like, that guy's not playing right away, and what has happened? They've both been pressed into duty pretty early on in their careers. Williams might not be a starter full-time now. That's kind of more of a draft philosophy thing, though, is how willing are you, or the Bills, drafting a player at any position where there isn't really a hole. There isn't really a starting job.
Joe,
like that could be a lot of positions.
This is a great point about how many times we hear, and look, I get it. Like, they have definitely had misses early on. Kyrie Elam is completely a miss. We know that, right? But how many times have we heard their early draft picks don't contribute? Your point you just made is part of the reason. When you have a really good roster, it's tough for any draft pick to contribute. Who are they beating out? If you draft a receiver if you draft whoever okay, how about I'll give you a defensive tackle. Let's say they drafted a defensive tackle at 30.
Yeah.
Is he starting over Ed Oliver or Daquan Jones? I don't know if he is. And aren't we saying then what's going to happen is people are going to say, here's another guy who can't get on the field as a rookie. Well, when you have good players in front of you, it's tough. Again, I'm not pushing back on...
And when you're at the back of the first round, it's not a sure thing that a guy's going to start.
Right. I mean, it's harder for teams. Now, yes, the Chiefs have had guys contribute. They've also had a lot of misses, as I pointed out, over the last few years. The Eagles have done a very good job of drafting guys who've contributed to make an impact. I think those are kind of outliers in a lot of ways. The Eagles are certainly an outlier. They've done a great job there the last couple of years. They had guys up for Rookie of the Year and things like that. But for the most part, the Bills have a good enough roster that it's tough for rookies and drafted guys to make an impact right away. It can happen, but it is tough.
Sal joining us in studio, Combine Chatter. Today, receivers going. Defensive tackles, a lot of them. And the Bills met with a lot of them. It'll be interesting, Sal. It's a little bit like the receiver conversation where you might have 10 names to think of, but the question is, well, what type do you want? Because defensive tackles have different types, different ways. Do the Bills want some giant mammoth that's going to just eat up blocks, or do they want a penetrator? They've always, in the past, seemed to want penetrators for the most part.
They play a one-gap scheme. That's penetration. When you're one gap, that means just go through your gap. Your job is to beat your gap. Just go. If you're two gap, your job is more to hold up and anchor the guy, and you can go left, you can go right, but you're responsible for two gaps. They like to have Ed Oliver's the perfect guy for kind of how they want to play, but they don't know they have to pair him with a bigger guy. Well, that's why, Daquan Jones is perfect for that because he's 6'4", 320, Daquan Jones. But let's be honest. Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones did not have the impact last year that a lot of people thought they would, especially when they did early on before Daquan got hurt in 2023. That's a pairing that I think they need more out of up front. That's why your question is a great one. I just wrote yesterday at WGR550.com the state of the Bills' defensive tackles. I really like Dwayne Carter. I think he's going to be a really nice player. But last year he came back from the injury. They didn't put him on the field as much, and you wonder how much the wrist injury, hurt that. But I think that's a guy in the rotation. Guys, beyond that, Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, Dwayne Carter, it's Zion Logan, Branson Dean. That's all they have under contract, right? Austin Johnson's a free agent. Jordan Phillips a free agent. Quentin Jefferson's a free agent. Ilianku's a free agent. If every one of them left, okay, you replace them. I mean, this is what the Bills do. They have to really attack D-line, not only, to me, to get an impactful player. I think they need a lot of depth at defensive line right now, but I don't think they have enough right there. So this is becoming an area where it's even more so after coming out of the combine, looking at these guys, looking at the depth and looking at what's here on paper, even more so. I think they attack it in free agency, though, too. They always have attacked it in free agency.
If they have a lot of picks, right? A good healthy number of picks. Over under on defensive tackles selected in this draft. Would you put it at 2.5
in the first round?
Just over under in the whole draft of the
the Bills total.
The Bills
for the Bills.
They're definitely coming out with 2, right?
I wouldn't. 3 is a lot.
3 is a lot, but once you get in the later rounds, you have a lot of picks. If you don't make moves up, and if you end up with picks,
how about this? I would say, first of all, you don't know what's going to happen in free agency. But as it stands right now, if they don't go out and they're gonna do something in free agency. What do they have? 5 under contract right now. I bet by the time they get to draft, they'll have 7 maybe.
Okay.
So how many more do you need? That said, Jeremy, I would say defensive line. I'd go over. Defensive tackle, maybe under. Maybe it's 1 or 2.
If it's all line, you might get to 4 overall.
You could.
Two ends and 2 tackles.
They need help. Now, on the defensive end spot, a lot of it just comes down to what they're going to do with Von Miller. You have Rousseau, Miller, Epinesa, and Javon Solomon, who I think they really like as well. Dewan Smoot, if you want. By the way, it is Dewan for everybody. I think Dewan Smoot's a player that they could get back at a pretty minimal deal. Didn't really go well last year, but maybe that's a guy they like in that spot. This is an area, though, I do think overall is the number one area the Bills kind of have to concentrate this offseason in some shape or form.
I bet Edge, I think, I can almost feel like I see how the next 2 months are going to go. So they're going to sign somebody. Let's assume that there's no Myles Garrett trade made. They're going to sign somebody, Khalil Mack, someone like that, in free agency. And we're going to ask you, and fans are going to ask us on that day, I guess they're not going defensive end now in the first round.
Right.
And I bet they're still very much looking at that in the early in the draft, right? Because there's room between free agency and the draft. I think there's room for more than one piece.
A great example of that is when they signed Curtis Samuel and added, was Chase Claypool before the draft too? I don't know, but
Mac Hollins was.
Mac Hollins and Curtis Samuel was like, I guess they're not going to draft a receiver, and of course it was still their first pick.
Well, the thing that changed there also was that Diggs got traded.
That's right,
right?
Yeah.
But that could happen here, right? If Von. Well, we'll see what happens with Von. If Von is cut or they, in some way or shape or form, he's not on the team, and they've added a free agent anyway, all I'm saying is I can't see a scenario where we show up to the draft and we're not talking about defensive end.
I mean, the same year they traded for Stephon, they drafted Gabe Davis in the 4th round, right?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they go out and they spend a first rounder on a trade, and then I think Gabe was 2020 also, if I remember right. Right? 20, 21, 22, 23, yeah, so that's right. So, yeah, there's no doubt they could double dip. I mean, they signed both John Brown and Cole Beasley in the same offseason, right? I mean, there's definitely, you could look at any position and say, you don't have to limit yourself to one. What do I say every year? There's 90 guys in the roster, right? I mean, you have to go out and fill up 90 guys. Salary cap's going to come into play. The Bills, they're over right now. They can pull some levers, obviously. They're going to get under the cap. We'll see where all that goes. But right now, I have them at 55 active players. Guys, that means they have 35 more to go.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to do something.
803-0550 if you want to chime in with us. What else?
Do any of these recent big name trade ideas on defense interest you at all? Whether
Jonathan Allen, Harold Landry.
Jair Alexander, right? Alexander is a 2-time All-Pro, but he's only played 14 games in the last 2 years.
He doesn't scream to me the kind of guy the Bills would trade for because of the availability, right? Now, he's a really good player. And if you can keep him healthy. Now, I would say in the past, there have been guys where I've thought that about the Bills, like, he's been injured. But I think the Bills have faith in what they do, and they have not had a lot of injuries this year. I know that people see the injury list as long, but the Bills have a lot of faith in how they do things to keep guys healthy, right? So you get them in our building, it's a little different circumstance. But either way, it still doesn't seem like that. Jonathan Allen is interesting to me. What is his number? And
it's like 17, but
the team acquiring him, I think it's like 9 or 10, if I remember right.
He just turned 30.
Yeah, and he's on the final year.
He's formerly great. We had Craig Hoffman on earlier this week, and the take was
that it's not as good as it was.
No,
yeah,
but he's still going to give you pass rush.
Let's remember he was also on a Washington line that had dudes.
That's right.
Right? I mean, he's really good, but they had dudes, including, by the way, Tim Settle, who didn't do much in Buffalo, and then he did some stuff in Houston.
And Allen played last year with a torn pec.
Yeah, he only played 8 games last year. He had 3 sacks in 8 games.
He sounded to me like kind of Oliver in a way. Like he's a different body type, but the role maybe like that's where whenever we talk about defensive tackle, Sal, I brought this up to you the other day. Aren't we thinking about a specific type? Aren't we thinking about like a Daquan Jones future replacement guy that would play this year, no doubt, and maybe even play over him at some point? But like Daquan Jones is at an age where this is probably it. So aren't they looking for the right type of guy that's going to be there next to Ed Oliver for the next 4 years?
Yeah, and I would think, if you were handicapping it, you would put defensive tackle as a very heavy favorite in the first round.
And I think I'd want to go emphasis on heavy. Like I think they're going to want to look for size. They're not going to want 2 undersized defensive tackles next to each other for 4 years.
Right, because Dwayne Carter is 6'2", 302. That's not that big.
Yeah.
Right. That's a more of an undersized guy. He's bigger.
No, it's funny because every time I see a size and it's 300, I have to remind myself that's small.
That's small.
Right, what's Grant from Michigan yesterday? Is he like 330?
He's down to 328. He said down
to 328.
332, something like that, he said the other day.
They would still make him like the biggest lineman on the Bills.
He played at 340-something last year
at
Michigan, and then he's down. So that's not Dwayne Carter. Zion Logue's a big dude. He's like 6'6", but he's only a little over 300 as well. It's like not, one thing I think that they do want is length. They're playing a lot of teams now who are going RPO. They're going quick game, get your hands up, disrupt quick early in the down. As soon as bam, you can get your hands up, you can be there, you can disrupt. That's one thing to look at. I think if you're looking at defensive tackle for the Bills, I think length is a thing that you also have to kind of keep in mind of what they want.
All right.
All the quarterbacks are talking right now.
Cam Ward's not going to throw.
Have you formulated an opinion on any of the quarterbacks? Like whether you like him or not.
My opinion is I'm glad I'm not a team drafting quarterback in this draft.
Agreed.
I think so. I still can't decide if I like Cam Ward or not. Like I can't decide.
Here's my thought on this year's quarterback class. I don't think there's anybody that's going to come in and be what Jaden Daniels was,
or Stroud the year before,
or Bo Nix.
Correct. Now that could happen. But what happened with Bo Nix? He goes to the right spot and he develops. I think that's what you could get from a Cam Ward. I think Shedeur could very well be a really good quarterback in this league. I don't think it's going to happen right away. I think he's going to have to really understand and learn more of the nuance of the NFL game. But I think sounds like he's very coachable. He's accurate. Like he's got a lot of things that you really love about him.
So that said, just real quick game here. If you are a quarterback, which team do you think is the best to go to?
Ooh.
Let's go through some names. Tennessee, Cleveland, Giants.
Let's say you're Cam Ward because he's probably
Cam
going
Ward.
first. Yeah.
Vegas. The Jets could be in the mix here. Yeah. New Orleans at 9. Once you get out of that spot, I mean,
that's about it, right?
It's a big fall. So where's the best spot?
Might be the Raiders.
Pete Carroll,
and I think Tom Brady's an owner. I think you like that. That for you, like that sounds good. We may not. Who cares, Tom Brady? I think if you're a quarterback and you want to go to the NFL, you might look at that. Might be intriguing. But it seems like they're stabilizing things. But they have been a mess. The Giants are interesting because of Brian Daboll being there. But man, they've been
I know.
And nothing's really happened there.
That if I've got the confidence in myself that I would if I were a Cam Ward and I just was dominated at college football and I'm coming into the league, I think I might pick the Giants because Dable he's done it, right? He's done it with Allen. And I've got neighbors out there. That would be a real, let me play with that guy for the next 4 years. And New York market, if you want it. The only drawback there would be, and maybe this is different than a lot of those other teams up there, is if I want stability, I mean, I'm a bad year away from I'm on to my next coach and I'm on to my next coordinator.
Right.
And we've seen how that can impact young
100%,
quarterbacks.
100%. It's interesting. I don't know what's going to happen. I think of all the teams out there, though, that are most likely to really try to grab someone before the draft, I think it's the Giants. I know the Raiders are now probably the favorite. Yeah, it sounds like the Raiders are the team.
Yeah.
The Giants have to do it. If the Giants draft a quarterback, I don't think Dable and Shane are there to see through.
Shane's talking like they need. What he said they need a quarterback is the guy that gives his best chance to win in 25. Like every time he talks, it's about this year.
That's exactly right.
So.
Yes.
A wide receiver name for you, just seeing this from the combine. Xavier Restrepo has met with the Bills.
Miami.
Okay.
If I know him like I think I do, he is slot only.
That's what I'm looking at right here. Is a lot of slot. He's not huge. He has the best name in college. One of the best names in college football, Xavier Restrepo.
Yeah.
I got a chance to just randomly, a couple of different times, talk with Rondé Gadsden.
Oh, nice.
And
senior or junior?
Junior.
Okay.
Junior. And I don't know if he literally, crazy story. Matt Bove and I were doing It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. So the way the convention center is set up, I don't think I told you guys this. I told Chilton Bulldog, right? I didn't share this story with you. The way the convention center is set up, I had to go up to the second floor because I had to be in a spot where I could do the show. Well, there's this huge hallway that's carpeted, and players are running the 40 in the hallway on the carpet to prepare to get ready for the next day and all that. And it happens every year. So I'm doing It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. If you go back and watch 2 episodes ago, everybody, you'll see what I'm talking about. So literally live in front of me, these guys are running the 40-yard dash. I'm like, wow, this guy runs by me. He's got a Syracuse shirt on. I go, hey, it's a Syracuse guy. Go Orange. He goes, did you go there? I'm talking live on the pod.
Nice.
I go, yeah. I go, what's your name? He goes, Aranda. I go, but wait a minute. Aranda Gadsden. He says, yeah. I go, I got a great story for you. I said, your dad killed the Bills when he played for the Dolphins, right? He's like, yeah. I said, he might not know that, but I said, now your dad does radio in Miami. And I go on with your dad a couple of times a year, WQAM. I said, one time I went on with him and said, Arande, I just want to be honest with you. I hated you, but man, do I love your son. And he started laughing. Well, next night I go out. He's at the table next to us at dinner. He's with his agent. He's with everybody. I go up. I start talking to him. And I said to him right out, I go, listen, man, obviously as a Syracuse guy, I'd love you to be in Buffalo. I don't know if they have a need for you.
I feel the same way.
Right?
He was so great, but they don't have a need for him.
I know. He's one of those. He's the big slot tight end now.
Yep.
Right, is what he is.
Watching Restrepo highlights, he's a slot receiver with a lot of vertical play to his game, but there are plenty of Joe Brady throws in here, orbit motion stuff. Yeah, Restrepo would be an odd fit to me.
Let me ask you.
He's played 1,400 snaps in slot in his career and 200 and out of line.
It'd just be odd for the Bills to take a slot to me.
What do you think about Kyle McCord?
I think he's let me use some scout talk here. He spins the ball like nobody else, but he can't move. I just can't. I don't know how you could take a guy that can't move. Who is the most statuesque guy in the NFL today? Who is it?
Goff.
It would be instantly Kyle McCord.
He reminds me a little bit of Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
The way he plays.
Like post-Achilles
right. Like older Kirk Cousins. He's a younger version of an older Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I love McCord and the way he throws it. I just don't know how you succeed in today's game for him. All right, we're late for the break. Thank you, Sal.
You got it. I'll be on at 10 a.m. with everybody here on the Extra Point Show.
that's the plan. If that's not what you're trying to do, don't get me. If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't get me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over, and I've done it over and over and over, so it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me.
Shedeur Sanders. Meanwhile, another wide receiver, Georgia wide receiver Arian Smith, favorite to be the fastest man at the Combine, may
More than
break the
Isaiah
record.
Bond?
Yeah. He ran a 10.1 100 meter. He met with the Bills and every other team at the Senior Bowl. Mark Gaughan tweeting that out. So healthy last year, maybe a third or a fourth rounder, expected to be the fastest guy at the Combine.
We're going to need a new train sounder that is just like a whoosh.
Actually, this is a
Like
good
just the
opportunity.
bullet train. It's just the bullet train this year.
Yeah. Something like that. The Zoom train.
By the way, Sanders, mark him off for the Giants.
Shedeur Sanders?
Shedeur Sanders. 0.000% chance that the New York football Giants are drafting this dude.
Why is that?
Just the way he's talking, like the quote that he just made was, why wouldn't a franchise pick me? You've got the ultimate cheat codes. I kind of like it, but the New York Giants are not drafting that guy. Just the way they operate, they created the whole celebration penalties and everything.
That's right. Their owner did do that.
Their owner's not drafting this guy.
Who did I see was a good comp for him?
For Shedeur Sanders?
Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater, maybe.
Okay. The thing I've seen on him is you better expect a billion sacks when he gets to the NFL.
Yeah.
He took a lot of sacks in college. He's going to take a lot of sacks in the NFL. So maybe he's good at the other stuff, but man, that's almost as bad as turning the ball over now. Right? Like, if I'm evaluating quarterback, nobody really turns the ball over anymore. I'm not even looking at that. I'm looking at it a little bit. I want to, if I'm evaluating a quarterback, one of the first things I feel like I want to look at is how bad are you at taking sacks? How good are you at getting away from pressure? And Sanders, like, it's not one of his strong suits at all.
Geno Smith, another comp I've seen. Just pocket passer with average arm strength. Like Sal asked, what do you think about these quarterbacks? I'm glad I'm not taking one. I had one other thing. Oh, yeah. So, speaking of which, we've got our receiver train and our receiver bullet train. Josh has been playing around, flirting with the idea of what we do for the big men, for defensive linemen, the tackles. What did you get?
We got the big man barge.
The big man barge.
Yeah. Let's go.
So it's not a train horn.
It's a foghorn.
The big man barge.
The big man barge.
You need a barge to carry these guys.
Yes.
When the Bills draft 3 defensive tackles, they're going to come up the Niagara River on a barge. Here they are. Take them around town. The big man barge. All right, I'm into it.
I'm in. I love it.
Here are the Bills meeting with every super fast receiver. Okay. They really are at I'll believe it when I see it. Which receiver does Josh like? Forget all your mock drafts. Somebody asked Josh who he likes. Although last time they did that at receiver and he listed all of them.
He better hit on one soon or else that's going to become a thing. Aaron Rodgers had all of his guys, and it didn't really become a problem until all his guys stunk, right? Hey, he keeps wanting Randall Cobb and Mercedes Lewis, and once he starts bringing guys with him that aren't good, it becomes more of a problem. And who are my Allen guys right now? Kincaid, Coleman, because he wanted both of them in the draft, right? MVS. I guess they got rid of that quickly, though, at least.
And then MVS went on and scored some deep touchdowns, by the way. MVS proved to still be available to run down the field and catch touchdowns.
Where's Allen saying, go get me, Isaiah Bond?
Malik Neighbors.
Go draft. Well, yeah. I wish I had that guy. He's awesome.
Yes, he is.
I hope he gets a quarterback. He probably won't, though. Honestly. He probably won't. Yeah, I don't mind Allen having say in the organization and saying who he wants and just, get some guys that have a little bit more speed at some point would be nice.
And then he's got to hit him down the field, which is something that kind of stopped happening.
Shouldn't he want every deep ball he had was contested?
Yeah.
He's got to throw a perfect pass every time he throws it down the field. Where are my, Allen throws the ball 4 yards under. He underthrows it by 4 yards, but it's still a 70-yard gain. He doesn't get those plays. There are other quarterbacks in the league that get those plays. Tua had a couple of them, a bunch of them a couple years ago, right? Where he'll underthrow a guy, but it doesn't matter. Tyreek Hill's 10 yards behind the guy, so it still goes for 60. Allen doesn't get that benefit. But maybe now they'll want it. They're talking like they want it. They're meeting with guys, so that's what I hope for.
Isaiah Bond, I'm going to break the 40-yard dash record tomorrow.
Yeah. Good for him. Tet McMillan is the top receiver, right?
I like him a lot.
Unless Travis Hunter's going to play receiver.
I like McMillan a lot. I like Luther Burden.
Hunter said yesterday he's playing both. What a team says about that, it might depend on the team. There was Tennessee sees him as a corner, but there was it New England? New England wants him at receiver. Somebody wants him at wide receiver.
Yeah,
they think he's Jamar Chase. And they'll put him at specialty packages at corner, but he's a full-time receiver for one of those teams. Maybe it was New England.
If I'm the Titans, I go get Sam Darnold. I trade out of one. I add 1 million picks. It's not the perfect plan, but you have to operate in the ecosystem you live in, and there's no quarterback worth it. And if somebody thinks there is, let them do that. Darnold could be serviceable. Try to make the playoffs. Do the best you can. It's not a great spot to be in. 803-0550, the Titans are considering Mason Rudolph for a return. Good luck. Have a good time.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Then again, maybe he will resurface like Darnold did somewhere, although Mason Rudolph
he already
was
did.
not a third overall pick.
That's right. This was his resurface.
That was the second stop, yeah.
Wasn't it?
That's right. Extendo Sports, then sales on the way. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up top of the hour here on WGR. Okay. The chat's getting in a little bit about the Bills trading picks and the Worthy post-trade stuff. We're watching golf. It does look beautiful there. There's a lot of water on this course at the Cognizant Classic. A lot of water. I had something else to get to. What was it? It was last night. A Buffalo Sabre, maybe it was Owen Power, played in his X number of games. Sabres Fun Stats tweeted this out. It's a good account for you to follow out there, Sabres Fun Stats. And it just, sometimes it memory lanes you, sometimes it's ridiculous. And this one was, what number game? Yeah. Paterka's all-time points was one. I'm scrolling down. I'm going to find it. How about Taylor Hall last night, by the way? Welcome back to,
Taylor Hall. Yeah. He had as many goals last night as he did with the Sabres, didn't he? And you have one?
Yeah.
Or two?
Okay, last night it was Jordan Greenway. Played in his 107th game for the Sabres.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I guess this is the third season.
Yes, and he's missed some time in trade deadline. 107 games for Jordan Greenway, which does not feel like that many, right?
No.
Do you know who that ties him with?
107 games.
I mean, there's a lot of answers here.
Yeah.
We used to call this the Adam Party game. Let's play this. Has Jordan Greenway played in
more
or less than Cody Eakin?
Less. Eakin was here for an eternity.
115 for Eakin. Oh. More or less than Robin Regier?
Less.
More. 105 for Regier.
They flew all the way out on that helicopter to Calgary to convince him to come here for 105 games.
More or less than Steve Ott?
More.
That was the tie. So his next game, he will pass Steve Ott in games played for the Buffalo Sabres.
Steve Ott, former co-captain of the Buffalo Sabres.
Jordan Greenway. Let's play this game with Zach Benson. Who's played more games as Buffalo Sabre? Zach Benson or Cody Franson?
Zach Benson.
Franson by 6 right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Absolutely the slowest player in franchise history, Cody Franson.
It's just such a fun game because, how long did he play here? He played Benoit Pouliot or...
Oh, come on. That's got to be 50 games, right?
Or Mikhail Grigorenko.
Oh, Grigorenko played more.
Pouliot.
What?
Yeah, 74.
Grigorenko was here for...
Grigorenko played 68 games.
That's all that was?
That's all it was. He was a former great potential hope.
Oh, my goodness. I was so excited about him. There was nothing happening.
Nope.
He still plays.
Yeah, in Russia.
In
over
the
3
KHL.
Over 3 years he played. He played 25 games in the tank year. By the way, happy 10-year anniversary to the tank game where the Sabres lost, giving up 47 shots to 14 after taking a 2-0 lead against Florida. I'm sure we were happy. They got rolled. We would have been very stressed, though.
Would have been thrilled.
We're approaching the Tays anniversary. In that game, Hodson, Mazzaros, Torrey Mitchell all scoring goals for the Sabres.
Well,
10 years since the tank.
10 years. All right. That's it for us.
Some good golf on this weekend. Although this course is getting eaten alive. It's supposed to be a tough course, PGA National, and they're just ripping through it. Everybody's putting up huge, huge scores. So, yeah, we're also supposed to get a snow. Are we supposed to get a snowstorm again? I think I saw.
Is it going to snow?
I think it's supposed to snow again. I'm sorry if I'm wrong on that. I actually hope I am wrong on that. But yeah, I think it's supposed to snow again this weekend.
Sweet.
So.
I enjoyed seeing my grass, or parts of it. Actually, I did not enjoy that because what's under there is...
Hey, maybe Stafford gets traded by the time we're back here on Monday.
To the Raiders. I'm into that. I'm into Stafford and the Raiders. Why not?
I want him on the Giants.
All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.